Hello, Craig. You're now recording. All right, everyone. So, what were we doing before? We were exploring these ruins that May had uncovered. The ruins that seem to be a weapon development facility to create weapons to fight against the Faceless Ones, seemingly run by a ancient called the Root Warden. Um, And yeah, turned out to be this really dangerous place. Fish got possessed by Jonas, a spirit thing that had been trapped here for a long time. Um, Found ancient predecessors of Hollow Men who were absolutely awful. Bunch of people almost died, and Sinner, who has been working with May on behalf of a mysterious benefactor, uh, has come around to May's thinking, seemingly, of that this place is a little bit too dangerous to let others have. Unfortunately, he has already sort of called in the cavalry to take over the campsite and the ruin. But he is hopeful that if he is able to kind of surrender everything that you found inside, and that the sanctuary crew can be persuaded to basically entirely abandon their mission and fail and have come out here for nothing. Um, he can convince the others to stand down and maybe buy May enough time to seal up the exit or something of that nature. But that is unknown to the rest of you. Uh, and you have instead been hunting for the second piece that Jonas has uh, asked of Fish in order to create a new vessel for himself. And in the process, or after the process, he has claimed he is leading you to the place that you need to find out about um, uh, Mordital's Ampule. Um, As you were going along, you heard some sounds coming from the next room and found that uh, Kitsune had come in and started helping himself to some of the artifacts here. He is now under your custody with his power sealed and handcuffed, hanging out with you guys and following along with you. At the same time, Fish decided to push Jonas a little bit, and the backlash involved a lot of threats to Kekino and some damage to Isle and threats to Sinner, as well as sort of the others generally. At the same time, Caligulus received a call from her sister, Elise. First uh, contact they have really had for a number of years. And as the party recovered from this and started heading deeper in, you found a small side passage that seems to have been mostly blocked off on purpose, or at least hidden in some way. And as you have now started to travel down it, you've started to find traps that are disabled, signs that someone else has been through here more than the general wear and tear of this facility collapsing. And it seems like maybe someone came through here before, and maybe you're not currently alone, although it's hard to say with any real certainty. And that brings us to now. You are heading down this hallway. It started so narrow and has now started to open up just a little bit, still smaller than the other paths, as you head deeper and deeper into this place. And the other parts of the facility you've been in before have been a warren, all the labs sort of connecting to each other, either by hallways or by destruction, opening up walls and things. This seems different. This is a path with very few branches leading you away from where the rest of the ruin is, deeper into the rock, without as many deviations. What are any of you doing in this moment?
Fish is up ahead,
Mhm.
leading. And I don't know where Kid is at this moment, but they are thinking of him, wondering if was it he who has been through here recently at all? But probably it hasn't, right? Just considering that.
You kind of found him in a different part of the ruin, but it's possible it was him. Uh, Give me an insight check. He's probably like one or two people behind you, kind of being marched in the middle of everyone so he can't run.
Yes. Oh, dirty 20.
With a dirty 20, he always looks kind of squirrely, but you see that he is kind of looking around and assessing as if this place is unfamiliar to him. And so you think, at least based on his behavior, it seems like there's a good chance he didn't come through this way. Um, and yeah, anything else with a dirty 20? He seems a little bit nervous to be uh, marching with you guys, especially not having his hands free. And he is shooting glances at everyone, perhaps looking for a moment to escape or get away. But he doesn't seem familiar with this place and is maybe biding his time a little bit.
Mm-hmm. And Fish would like to uh, sort of question Jonas, not like they're asking him a favor or anything, but
Hmm.
like, um, you know how you were interested in like learning French? Maybe do you want to learn Japanese? Do you think we could get that out of Kit?
Well, that's interesting. Um, I would like to learn sort of everything about the world as it stands now. Would be helpful. With Kitsune, who you've offered to me before, I do worry that I would shatter his mind like an egg if he did not let me in willingly.
Uh,
Mm, You
we
humans
could,
are
I could lie to
delicate.
him, but it's fine. Uh, I can I can get you in there.
Well, I think I'm happy with my current residence for the moment, but if you want me to reach out and sift around, that would be quite nice.
I just think he knows a bit more than you do, by experience at least, of some magic stuff.
Oh, that's possible. I'm certain magic has changed since I have been in here. I've learned so much from you already. Yes, based on what I'm seeing from you, your magic itself has changed since the last person came through here.
Well, it's probably been a fucking 100 years, so yeah.
Um, it's hard to visualize time when there's little change in your environment. Perhaps 800, 900, somewhere around there.
Hmm. Yeah, that is a while. And also, I don't go for the traditional teachings. So there you go.
That
Anyway,
is fair. Teacher did have a unconventional style, it seems like.
it was a, it's a good it was a good style. Don't knock the style. Um, we we're going the right way. Yes.
Yes, we're headed to the place where I hope to find the second and third components of this vessel I need. And then I will see about the repayments of the debts that I owe you and your friends here. I will point out that the mention of a third thing that he needs, he's never mentioned before.
No, he hasn't. He just keeps adding on more shit, and Fish
Yeah.
does not like that at all. And he can obviously tell that because he's in their brain.
Yeah.
But they don't say anything about it. They're just like,
If
fine.
you want to like privately uh kind of like poke at that a little bit just within your own mind, I would say give me an insight check on Jonas.
Sure, I'll do that, but then I will relinquish to everyone else. Okay, 10.
Um he feels your annoyance, and you just kind of get a little bit of uh just a little bit of uh, not really happiness, just like a little chuckle of enjoyment that you're having a bad time. Um, and yeah.
That's your fault. You did that.
Um, with that 10, I don't think you can tell whether this is something that he is adding now or something that has always been an issue and he was just not telling you. But at least he has said that the second and third thing are going to be in the same place. So that does mean, you're going in the right direction, I suppose.
Hmm. Fish
Um,
is just mindful that we've already opened the drawer in the wall, and something that was expected to be there hasn't been there. So, fuck,
exactly.
how many times is that going to happen? So yes, just quietly being dissatisfied, but still leading the charge.
I think with a 10, is because it's so kind of overwhelming. Jonas's emotional scape is very alien to a human being, but at the moment, he is sort of have an overwhelming confidence that he's getting close to his goal. So, and I don't think you've necessarily experienced that before when you were kind of thinking about his reactions to the pieces of the vessel. So it seems like he's very confident that this piece is going to be where he needs it to be. And, you can only just kind of hope that he's right.
Well, Fish has their hands in their pockets, and they are holding the handkerchief, whatever it was that Jonas put the crystals in.
Hmm. Just a little bag, and
That's the one.
you can feel a little bit of the energy kind of leaking out the top where the bag is a little loose. Um, as you head further in, Jonas is noting that the traps that he couldn't warn you about, as again, this place was cut off from the main security system that he was in charge of. He is also noticing that someone else may have been through here, and he's like, interesting. Well, I suspect I know who's traveled this way before. Maybe we'll meet them. How long do you people live?
Uh, a while. I mean,
I
not
get
as
the
much.
sense. I get the sense perhaps a little bit north of 400, a little bit south of about 3,000. That
Oh,
sound about right?
well, look, I haven't hit the big 3 digits yet, but we'll get there.
Well, maybe he's still here. Um, what are other people doing in this moment as you go down this rather claustrophobic hallway, deeper and deeper into the rock?
I'm gonna
Cal,
say, oh, I was just gonna say that Metal is kind of keeping an eye on Cal and otherwise just looking around for any shit that he can help that
yeah,
she
mine
can
was
take home. Similar
mine
to
was
that.
metal related too. Cal noted that Kekano did not get a metal cuddle last time, but also Kekano has committed a crime against Cal. The crime of seeing her and mentioning the Elise thing, which now she is very on edge about follow-up questions for her. And so she gave uh Techno to Metal, noting I would say that Fish has not at the point that she expected Fish to recall Kekano hasn't happened yet. If that sounds right to you, Ink?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
You just nodded. I can see you now.
Oh, that's right.
Um, but so she gave Kekano to Metal, and she's just sort of still at this point just kind of getting it back together, and but still just sort of like stormy. At some point, as they kind of get, let's say, once they get to this sort of get to a stopping place or seem to be getting into a new room or something like that, I will do a death sense. But I can hold for that.
Um, I want
Man.
I want Metal then to give me a perception check to see if there's anything she can help with in this moment. And since Cal is focusing on Kekano, give me an insight check on Kekano.
Ugh. For my Kekano check, that's going to be that'd be a 14.
I got 21.
Nice.
With 14 on the Kekano check, he seems a little bit distressed. Yes, a Chekano, as they say. He seems a little bit distressed because he keeps looking at kind of the back of Fish's head and can probably sense a little bit what's going on with Jonas. And he's just got kind of more and more concerned about Fish. Separating them doesn't seem to have made him less worried. And he's mostly been with Metal. He's been passed to Isle a couple times, but Fish usually scoops him up and carries him around. And the fact that they haven't is a sign that things have gotten to a concerning place. And so Kekano keeps like looking around and checking on everybody, but it seems to be staring with a lot of concern at Fish, and a lot of distress.
I would also like to make note that under normal circumstances, Fish would have, checked in with Kekano themselves and been like, "What'd you see while you were away? Are you all right? How you feeling?"
Yeah.
But they are distracted by Demon in head.
And Fish probably heard Isle just checking in really quietly, like, "Hey, are you okay?" After that all happened, but yeah, it's interesting that Fish hasn't checked in themselves. With a 21 perception, you start to see something wrong with the hallway you're in. Every once in a while, there is a broken ceiling, broken wall, a little bit of rubble, some fungal growth, things like that. And 21 is enough that in among the kind of symbols on the walls, cracks and little pieces of traps, and of course the lights on overhead, you can see scratches in the stone of the floor and wall, and some in the ceiling. They're not common yet, only seeing them a few times as you find little roadblocks and areas of damage. But a 21 is enough that they seem to be growing more common as you go. What is May up to?
Yeah, I wanted to ask if I can do 3 checks.
Okay.
If that's an okay amount of checks.
What are
I
they?
wanted to do an Arcana and Insight on Fish, and then a general perception roll.
Okay.
Actually, maybe and also maybe a separate magic roll for symbols that might be in the hallway instead of perception.
I would say either choose Arcana or Insight for
Yeah,
Fish,
fair.
depending on what information you're trying to get, and then you can choose Perception, Arcana, or Symbols on the hallway, depending on exactly what you are trying to get.
Okay, I want to do an Arcana on Fish, and May's doing it with the explicit, trying to get a sense of how Fish is being changed by Jonas at this point. So, like, in light of the previous session where Jonas went apeshit for allegedly no reason, May's a bit on this. So I'll roll for that. Great way to start the session. That's a 22.
Okay. 22 Arcana.
Yeah.
You look at Fish, and you look at the physical changes, which are the first and most obvious.
Mm.
But you've also noticed some of the behavioral changes, just the way they carry themselves, the way they talk to the others, the way they seem to be sinking further and further into themselves. And I think what comes to mind in a way that is magical, but is not really having to do with magical theory, is you think of times you've come across a piece of rotting fruit or
Oh, yeah.
or a piece of food that was left out in the sun too long. You look at fish magically, and you understand that this is some sort of rot in some way, that fish is being lessened and hollowed out by this process, and that while fish is declining physically, they're also probably declining mentally and emotionally to a certain extent, as they sort of go through this process like when an orange is eaten from the inside out by ants.
Nice.
A 22 is enough that uh, although it is not necessarily your field of study, May has probably heard of remnants as a more mythical creature rather than anything else, rather than something she knows to exist. But I think a 22 is enough to kind of put her in mind of remnants, especially now as there are starting to be black veins creeping up Fish's neck. And just very general remnant knowledge at that, like evil, malicious spirits that possess people and make them worse in many ways. And I think that's kind of what you get from Fish.
That's all I wanted. And then I'll do a roll for just like general symbol checks on the whole.
Okay.
Because you did mention there are some symbols, so
Yeah, there are a number of symbols on the walls. A lot of them are
18, by the way.
Okay, first of all, a lot of the symbols on the walls are damaged, and instead of being sort of continuous, they are sporadic. There will just be a big cluster of them, and then a blank space, then a big cluster of them over and over again. It's almost kind of like a record of a kind. and the
Like a relief?
in a way, almost like it's telling a story as you go down, but it's too damaged to get the whole picture. But you're noticing symbols for the faceless ones, symbols for secrecy and obscurity, and symbols for names, as in the concept of names, including true names.
Ooh, okay.
As you go deeper into this place. And I think in the combination of those two rolls, both being fairly high, you've noticed that Sinner, who was uh, kind of walking a little bit behind you as you go down this hallway, has started to drop back a little bit. You know, you turn around to look at some extra symbols on the walls, and you see that he's a little bit farther behind you than you would expect him to be. And you see him ever so subtly touch his sending earring, as if he's receiving or responding to a message.
Mm, I don't like that. um, I think May considers reaching out to say something to him, but doesn't because she's after that wonderful, really affirming role I got last session, where Sinner is 100% on my side.
Yeah, no,
May's
it's
like,
true.
it's cool. I trust him.
Why would you question anything?
Exactly, it's totally fine. I don't need to worry. He's just covering for us. It's totally fine. And yeah, back to you guys.
Um, you're like, okay, Sinner's getting more info. That's great. And after a little while, Sinner starts to catch up with you again and just sort of like taps your elbow for just a moment and start kind of like pulls you back, so you also start drifting a little farther away from the others, and speaks in a very soft voice with you, so the others don't hear. Boss, I have some new information if you wanna. He's just kind of like psychic link somehow.
Yeah,
Talk about.
Mayo pins up a message, but I will say she's a little bit about it. She doesn't want to do lies anymore than she has to. So yeah, she's uncomfortable, but she does it because she's got that fucking now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say as you're now kind of like face to face with Sinner, give me an insight check on him.
Oh god, okay. That is a 15.
With a 15, first of all, claustrophobic. He's a big
Oh,
guy. This is a narrow hallway, and
right.
he absolutely he doesn't need to stretch out his arms to touch either wall. He just needs to like poke out his elbows a little bit to be scraping both walls. So this is not a big place, and he is a very big guy. So he
Okay.
does seem kind of nervous. He's not quite scraping his head on the ceiling, but it's a near thing. This is definitely a smaller hallway than the rest of this place. Um, but the other thing you get with a 15 is that he sort of seems a little put out. Just a little like, just kind of like, ugh, with whatever he has received. And
Okay.
as you, and it, a 15 is high enough that it seems more personal than professional, if that makes sense. It's not like everything is going wrong. I've got new problems to deal with. It's more like, oh god, right, this. um and as you reach out to him, uh as you reach out to him, he says to you mentally, so boss, I have some good news and some bad news. The bad news is that the retrieval team has arrived at the camp and will be taking it over, I assume. So we may be, walking into a less advantageous position than we would hope when we get out of here. The good news is that I am familiar with the person in charge who just reached out, and I have been able to convince her to focus on the uh, symbol carvings that we pulled out and have stored in the camp, on securing those and kind of keeping her people away from the cave and the entrance to the ruin. So I think we can keep them from coming in after us until we're ready. Yeah, this might have a better chance of making this this work, but we'll see.
Okay. May is going. Okay, so May is pauses for a second. She's like doing math in her head, and then she says, "Understood, Sinner. I do think we should let the Sanctuary team know because they already know about the retrieval team, and it would be silly not to keep them up to date. What sort of team are we looking at? Are they mercenaries such as yourself? A bit more specialists? Are they violent? If you know the person in charge, I'm hoping you can give me a little bit more information."
I don't honestly know, boss. The person in charge is not someone I expected to be working with our patron here. Could mean that the team is, the patron's guys. Could mean it's people with her. I don't know. We're walking into this a little more blind than I would like.
Understood, Sinner. What's their magical capabilities like? Do you think that they would detect the sort of magic I'm working with Cat and everything?
Oof. It's tough to say. I don't think anyone would be sent out here without some knowledge, but I don't know. I doubt they'd send out any experts. There was the expectation that you and I, we're on the same side. We're here together, and we're
Well, we
keeping with
are,
the
aren't we,
program.
Sinner?
Of course, boss. But I'm just saying. They don't need an expert because you would be the expert.
Oh, so you always know what to say. All right, that's not the news I wanted to hear, but I appreciate you bringing it to my attention. I'm going to inform the rest of the group. Is there anything else that I should know?
I would say just tell them that the team has arrived and started setting up, and we will we may be walking into a less advantageous
Ideal.
tactical situation, but I think we have a good chance of figuring things out.
Excellent, thank you, Sinner. And May's going to go to turn back to the group, but then have a second thought and turn back to him and go, "You all right, Sinner? You look a little bit uncomfortable."
Just this person is leading the team. It's some history. It's nothing, boss. It's okay.
So as a player, I'm going to say she more meant about the claustrophobia. So May is going to be like, "Oh, I meant more because this is a small tunnel and you're a big man, but understood."
No, boss. I'm good. I can take care of it. That's objectively not true. The claustrophobia is really bothering him, but he's not gonna tell you that.
Yeah, okay. I think May is going to jokingly say something like, "You seem to have a lot of history with a lot of women's in it," as she winks, and it's clearly in jest. It's not being mean, but it's kind of like giving a little bit of ribbing. She is a little bit jealous. She's not going to say anything like that, though.
Give me another insight check.
Oh, okay.
As you say that,
Okay. That's a 10.
that's a 10.
Yeah.
His mind seems to be kind of elsewhere at the moment, and you say that, and he looks at you really shocked, like he didn't expect you to say that, and then he's kind of like, oh, like he can kind of like see where you're coming from, and it's kind of like, oh, he wasn't thinking about necessarily like a romantic thing or
Yeah.
something, like it genuine like confusion is what you were talking about, and then he was like,
Yeah.
oh, okay. um um but yeah, as you keep creeping down the hallway, as Fish has this internal conflict, as Metal notices these scratches, and you have the opportunity to tell the others.
Yeah. Obviously, May is good to tell stories. I think she catches back up to the group and kind of like clears her throat. Pay attention to me quickly. And says
Does
something
everybody
along.
stop and turn and pay attention to May?
Yes.
Okay.
Fish has a little roll of their eyes and glances back, but doesn't, and slows, but does not stop.
Okay. Then I think because you're turning around, uh, Fish and Isle and maybe Metal, yeah, probably also Metal, see that Kitsune is just kind of like, oh yeah, not about me. I'm just gonna like scoot to the side, make a break for it, and Cinder just kind of like automatically reaches out and grabs his arm and shoves him back into the group.
This man.
Icon. Love it. May, I'm not able to say it. May just like conveys what Cinna told her, maybe a little bit more information than Cinna wanted her to give, but May is not fucking hiding information unless she really has to anymore. So once she makes it clear that the team has arrived, they're setting up, they're potentially dangerous, we don't really know.
Fish says, "The what?" That's the shit you were talking about when you sent me ahead? Oh, that wasn't.
Yes, that's all we were talking about.
Yeah, that's it? Okay. They're gonna see me and think I look like this all the time. God.
Um, And I think May's gonna go, but it's all right. We're just keeping you abreast of the situation because we're working together. She says that really like, work with me here, sort of, please, sort of way. And it says, that was it. I just wanted to update you all. We can keep going.
Great.
I think Metal's like, thank you, May, for letting us know. Also, is anybody else seeing this? And is gonna point out the next scratch that she sees.
I'd say you had a 22 for your perception check before, right?
21.
Okay. I'd say now that you're stopping and drawing everyone's attention to it, you can see a little bit of a pattern in the scratches, and it seems like they're not very deep, but they are kind of cutting into the stone, and you sort of realize that even though there's a bunch of them together and they're overlapping, they are in patterns of five parallel scratches, five parallel scratches going in a different direction, five parallel scratches. Yeah. And is this when Cal does her death sense, or does she hold off?
If you think it's wise, Mr. Dungeon Master.
That's not my place to say that for or against.
Well, I don't. It's not like I'm limited on them, so I will say yes.
You
Yeah, I'd also like to roll to perceive in some sort of way, and that's the one. And Eldritch Sight, even.
okay? Give me yeah, with Eldritch Sight, they'll lower the DC a little bit. Give me a perception or survival check. And with Cal's death sense,
I'll help
um,
me.
yeah, yeah. She goes down and she examines the scratches with you. Gives you advantage on yeah, it gives you advantage on either check. I was gonna say advantage on survival, but it'd be either. Um, with Cal's death sense, um, you reach out and you don't really sense anything major until just kind of at the um end of kind of the edge of your range, you sense animal bones. Just you sense not necessarily familiar with the types of animals, but seemingly small animals, a collection of animal bones kind of at the range of your senses. And
Is
what did Fish get for those checks? Oh,
21.
what was your question, hun?
Earl, it's okay.
Okay, 21
Yep,
for perception or survival.
it was perception.
Okay. With perception and a 21, with the Eldritch Sight, you don't notice anything overtly magical that kind of stands out from the background noise of just this kind of like fairly magical place. You know, you can see kind of like little signs of magic that have passed from disabled traps. Um, and Y- Yeah, with a 21 and being able to see the magic, you can see that a lot of it is fairly faded. And between that and sort of the dust buildup and such, you can see that whoever came through here, it wasn't particularly recently. It was quite a while ago, and as you think back and think about kind of the magical residue of traps that you set off and about how long it was taking them to disappear, you probably kind of reframe that a little bit and go, "Oh, a while ago." You know, if this was a normal person who had like set off magic, you would expect to see some traces of it for like a couple days. The fact that this is, you know, really strong magic, kind of like deeply tied in with the systems of this place, you're thinking maybe more uh, in the uh, range of uh, at least decades, possibly centuries, that these traps have been disabled.
Okay. Well, they said I'll look. There might be a thing up ahead. Jonas isn't, giving that much detail as usual. I don't know. You tell the others. I don't really feel like talking to them right now.
Yeah. Okay. Uh, and she just kind of like hesitantly puts a hand on your shoulder. Just be careful and let us know if anything happens.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Come on now. Yes.
Kind of looks at you for a moment and then nods and then turns back to the others and relays what was said. And as Fish turns back around, because you're in front with that perception check, you notice it is probably a little too dark to see with normal eyes because it is lying in a patch of shadow, but you notice almost a gap in sort of the background magic with your Eldritch Sight, and you realize there is a small hole or doorway up ahead to the left. And this is one of the very few branches you've seen come off here, and most of them were almost immediately um, right right off the main hallway that you came down. It's been a while since you've seen any openings, and the hallway continues straight, and just off to that left, a little gap of a doorway or something.
Does Jonas notice it, or is he trying to direct me towards it, or direct me away from it?
He is not he is not directing you towards it. He doesn't seem particularly interested in it, but you can tell that he's noticed it. This doesn't seem to be where he's guiding you, but it does seem to be along the way, and you can absolutely, explore it.
Fish will not, however, they take the rock of truth out of their other pocket and like chuck it in the direction of this thing so that someone else can freely notice and investigate.
Wow. Um,
May's got a +8 perception. Surely she hears a rock.
yeah. You know what? Give me an attack roll.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. Proficiency plus dexterity.
Proficiency to what? Pardon me.
D20 and then plus proficiency plus dexterity should be the same as whatever your like knives are. The same
Gotcha.
bonus to hit.
Okay. That's 7.
A 7. Okay.
Yeah.
You toss the rock of truth in there. You were just kind of like lobbing it underhand into the space to make a bunch of noise and be like, hey, there's a doorway here. Instead, you kind of chuck it too hard and you hear it just kind of off something else, and then a shattering of like a clay pot or something like that. You clearly broke something in this room when you threw it. And I think everybody now sees that, gets distracted by the noise and sees that you have done that as you all start filing past. Are people more interested in the room or in the scratches?
Well, I wanted May to roll perception to see if there's any pattern for the scratches before
Okay.
all this happened.
Yep. Give me a perception check.
That is a 22.
22, you do notice the same thing that Metal was
Okay.
noticing, that they are in patterns of 5, kind of overlapping. Um, Between the two of you making these high perception checks, I do think that you notice that 5 could be a hand or a paw, either claws scraping against it or fingernails.
Hmm.
But this is stone, and it's reinforced
Yeah.
stone that you've been seeing this whole time. So it would really have to be something stronger than fingernails to get through.
Yeah, okay. May looks
And
at it. Oh, sorry.
and I think with a 22, you you also notice, since you were kind of looking ahead, that they do seem to be increasing in frequency, and then when a fish just absolutely makes tons of noise and shatters this vase in the side room, you see that kind of markedly they increase a lot more past this doorway as you go farther down the hall.
Okay. I think May is going to turn around. Where's Cal, actually? Is she behind or like in front of me?
Probably in front, because
Yeah.
I assume because Sinner's at the back, you had to pull to the back to.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Okay, so you're probably in front.
I think May's going to like clear her throat, and she's kind of directing this to the group, but as addressing Cal because.
Yeah.
Yeah. And she says, Cleric, is it just me, or do these scratches look like they could come from a person or creature? Because I find it alarming if that's the case when there are so many of them, increasing all the time.
I agree, but it's not. Could be someone keeping count.
But why are they keeping count in a linear direction, exponentially?
I'm not sure, Miss Gladly, but I mean, I'm
I
far
did just
beyond.
share that there might be a person. Just reminding you all.
Yeah. She says, "I'm far beyond being spooked by anything in this temple. I expect things to just be getting increasingly worse the further we go in."
It's a sound assumption. Well, let's just. I know we're already on our toes, but let's be even more on our toes, perhaps, because if something has been down here by itself for this long, I don't fancy that it's
The
friendly.
only thing I sense is animal bones. And now that we're a little closer, I'll ask what I was going to ask earlier, Patrick, which was, do I feel like these animals died natural deaths the way that the bats did earlier, or do I feel like they died suddenly?
They're a little too old to be able to tell with any certainty. And that kind of in and of itself is a answer, is that they are old bones.
Yes.
And they are coming ahead and to the left, so when Fish shatters that pot, you're like, oh, those animal bones are in that room.
Hmm. So, Fish, was there a reason you started destroying things, or was that an accident?
It was an accident. God
They were
damn.
throwing the rock of truth.
Or was it lies? I don't know. I lost track of which one was which.
They
Point
look
is,
almost identical.
yeah. Look. You want to go investigate? You do that. And fucking catch up behind the rest of us. I've got places to be.
I agree. I'm not extremely eager to have our group split off in any way. Is there a reason that you would want me to enter another room?
This is a pause that Ink is taking, not
Yeah,
Fish.
take your time.
Just like, I don't know, maybe so I don't have to fucking look at you anymore.
All right. Well, that's not a very good reason, so we will continue onwards.
Yeah,
That's it.
we should.
I like to think that's an
shouldn't
actual
split up.
May expression, the one that Ellie just did, or going,
I think that Metal's gonna be like, okay, what Fish? That wasn't very nice. Are you all right?
What do you fucking think?
Cal
Am
didn't.
I all right?
Yeah, Cal didn't
Metal, are you
respond.
serious?
Oh no.
Yeah, so Cal
Like, you're
didn't respond
joking.
at all. And then snapping at Metal, that's when I would like to do my own remnant-y insight or arcana.
Yeah, I think Metal's quite flustered and she starts apologizing.
Yes, and I think
She's like, I didn't mean it
Pekino
like
is.
that. You just never talk like that, and that was sorry.
I think Kekino is also like, Dad, don't say swears to metal. And he's
Ooh,
getting a
right.
little fierce with you too.
Oh, he's barking!
He's a little
that-
weird.
Will that be insight or arcana, Mr. Patrick?
Depends on what information you're trying to glean.
I'm
if it's
trying
like-
to.
If it's like why Fish is acting this way, is acting kind of cruel, it would be insight. If you're like specifically, does this have something to do with what's happening to them, it would be arcana.
Yeah, I think she's like, is this magically related or has. We just went down for a nap. This doesn't. Maybe they're hangry? But yeah, it's just trying to figure out if they're just like snapping from stress or is this magic related?
Sinner is kind of in the back, only just kind of catching up to you guys, so didn't really get the context, just that there's raised voices, and he's just like, hiking snack, and he just starts like passing jerky up the line.
Was it Scrog? The hiking bits?
If Isle doesn't beat her to it, Cal takes her jerky and throws it at Fish. Could see Isle doing that first. And probably
Yeah.
with better aim.
attack roll my face, please.
Isle is like, Fish, what the hell? And throws goes to throw the jerky and then instead shoves it in her mouth because she doesn't throw food if she can avoid it. And she tries to
Yeah.
catch Cal's thrown jerky to also not waste it, but misses and it hits Fish.
Excellent. Thank you for the free attack roll. What was the
I
final
didn't say
call
damage.
on the call for Insider Arcana?
Whichever you want.
Well, fine. We'll go with my extra big bonus. I can see the reflection of whatever Patrick's working on in this window.
Pull those blinds down, man.
We're gonna go with my bigger one, so that will be a sweet little 28 for Arcana.
Oh my Christ.
All right. So the information you're getting is more specific than
Yeah.
than you would get for insight, but also less having to do with what Fish is subjectively
Who
experiencing.
cares?
Cal doesn't, but Mooney
Yeah.
might. With a 26, you said?
No,
8.
28.
28.
Christ. With a 28, you
I can download Mortal Coil by Derek Lance.
yes. You kind of pretty instantly are like, this is looking kind of more and more like a remnant possession, but you can also tell with a 28, this is not remnants. It is perhaps something related to it. But you start running through that lore and you're just like, okay, starts to engage in a little bit more cruelty over time. Usually a kind of set amount of time before they burn out and the change is permanent. You kind of like are instantly clocking that Fish is kind of getting worse, and the attitude is a reflection of that.
Cool. Yeah, so Cal flicks jerky at them. And
In
then,
response. Oh, I'm so sorry.
I was gonna say, real quick, she does that, and she doesn't even care if she hits them, just being like, the intention is probably like, I understand what Sitter is doing and I approve of it, but I'm also a little mad, so it's like, eat my share, fuck you. But then as she's doing that, she turns back to Metal and goes, don't apologize. Possession related.
In response more to Isles chiding of them, Fish goes, I'm so sorry, Lady Vaunt. Let's keep going.
Isle looks pretty
Oh.
concerned, and so does Kekino, who's just like, Dad's not possessed. He said that he was strong and he would beat Jonas. So it's all good, right? Man,
Kekino,
Isle, Cal, right?
Kekino.
Okay. Yes.
Metal
You're
heard all that. She certainly took that last dig right to the core and is not going to talk to Fish for that little while. Anyway, hurtful. I love it.
Don't.
Yeah. Gucci. Hal's gonna look at Kekino, who she's glad is currently in Metal's arms, and she says,
maybe don't listen to the things that your father is saying for a while, Kekino.
But Dad told me that I need to always listen to him above everyone else because sometimes you might tell me to do things, but I need to tell Dad.
There's someone else in your father's mind who's taking more control of them, and they're not going to be able to treat you or the others in the way that they should, or the way that they may want to. And I just don't want you to. I don't want you to be thinking about that.
Thank you, Colliginous. But I'm not gonna let Jonas have Dad. And you can see that there's like a little bit of tears in his eyes, as clearly he is being hurt by whatever Fish is going through, but also a bit of determination about being like, I'm gonna fight. You're not taking my dad without a fight. I've finally been convinced that maybe Dad doesn't have this under control, so I'm throwing down.
Yeah, she gives Kakano a pet and she goes, "That's right. What they said to Metal
It was mean.
was. And if they say anything similar to you or Metal or Isle or Miss Gladly, I don't want you to pay it any attention."
Okay, Metal doesn't like that name. It's
No.
accurate, but she doesn't like it. It makes her feel bad,
Yeah.
and that's not nice.
Well, if it gets
Dad?
too bad, we can gag them.
Dad taught me very early that if something is true but not nice, you don't say it.
Know if they follow that philosophy for themselves, but I'm glad they taught it to you.
They told me to do it. They
I
said,
see.
do what I say, not as I do. Yeah, as you're continuing on from this argument, you start to walk past this doorway that Fish ignored. It's dark in there, but there's a little bit of light spilling spilling through the doorway into this room. And anybody who walks past can make a little perception check to try to see what's in there.
So Patrick, May has permanent dark vision. So
You have permanent dark
I
vision.
do.
Okay, I will say since
Fucking
the
what?
yeah,
Back.
that is true. I will yeah, I will say because the others are in front of you, they get a moment to get a perception check just to see if anything catches their interest, but then you can look in and just like, oh yes, that.
So what does May say? I'm not going to go in there, but I'm just curious if it'll give us any information.
Well, I do want, if they want to, Cal and Metal to
okay.
roll perception first, just to see if they notice first.
I think Metal's too distracted.
Yeah, fair enough.
She's quite upset.
Yeah, Kekano is also very distracted. So is Isle.
And for me,
Okay.
I'm used to. The good thing about expecting Fish to be an asshole at all times, this only surprised me a little bit.
Yeah, unfortunately. As you walk past, you can see a little bit of the light spilling on what seems to be a small wood pile, which you're deep underground and you haven't seen anything made of wood in quite a long time. And some of the fragments of the pot that Fish broke, which does seem to be clay, and seems to have some sort of liquid, maybe water, coming out of it, like it was storing something. And then May walks past, and you see into the room, and it is a campsite. You can see a what has clearly been a fire pit that was used many, many, many times. A pile of furs that are mostly destroyed with time and age, but may have been some sort of bed, and storage, some pots, stacks of firewood, rocks, a little midden of animal bones in the corner, and a hole that seems to be have been chiseled through the rock, leading deeper in. Only about a foot wide, maybe some sort of garbage and refuse hole to get it out of the campsite.
May is going to pause just because it's so unexpected. I think more than anything to see a campsite here. Can I roll perception?
Yeah.
That's 20, dirty.
Okay. Dirty 20 is enough to when you have dark vision, you can't see color in darkness. It's all in black and white.
Mm.
But Dirty 20 is enough to see that like this is clearly very old. This has not been used in a long time. There's no kind of disturbances of the dust or anything like that. But it's clearly hasn't been used in a long time, but was used quite a long time ago. And with a Dirty 20 noticing the types of items that are in here, you do give it a sort of like technological time frame. Of being like this was not from modern times. This is very clearly, these are not a woodsman who just happened to find, bear skins or something. This is what was considered a bed at the time. And you can notice there's like a little knife by the fire that has been abandoned. The style brings to mind maybe like a northern European design of some kind. Just you get the sense that this is an old campsite that has been abandoned, but
But
was
after the facility.
yes, but much much more recently than the facility was.
Northern European. Okay. Um, just with that roll, can I tell if there are any symbols that aren't like the already existing symbols? Like, let me phrase, are there any symbols that weren't created by whoever made this facility, if that makes sense? Like symbols that seem linguistically different.
Yes. You notice some scratches in the room with this campsite, identical to the ones out there. And as you kind of zoom out your vision a little bit, look at the big picture, you see that in this room, the scratches in the wall form a giant symbol. And this is a symbol that I'm not going to make you roll for because you have seen it so often here. This is a symbol of the ancients as a people, as a race of beings. The collective term for ancients is this symbol. And there seems to be a small, perhaps rudimentary altar made of stacked stones and wood in front of it.
Okay. As the player, we should carry on, but I think May's just so, what the hell is this? That she does pause and calls to the rest of the group. You might want to have a look at this. I think we've maybe found the source of these scratches. She's just standing there, like, staring into the dark.
Cal walks over to her, sees pitch black with darkness, and then gives her just like a little bit of a gentle push to the side and sends some dancing lights inside so everyone can see.
Sorry, yeah.
Fish
No,
does
yours
not go in.
originally?
Fish like lingers in the hallway going, come on, people. However, they do take out a little symbol of dark vision that they have prepared previously and just like lick it and smack it onto Isle's forehead. And so now she's got dark vision. There you go.
Isle for just a moment is like, oh, wet paper. Oh, dark vision. And then is kind of glancing back at you and then looking into the room and seeing all of this too. So all of you can see kind of the details of this room now, although Fish is staying in the hallway. Jonas sort of pipes up in
Where's
your
Kitsune?
mind.
Is he still there, by the way?
Kitsune is still here. He's kind of pulling up
Okay.
the rear with Sinner having a hand.
Sinner's has made a child leash out of backpacks.
Okay, cool.
He
All right,
he
yeah.
tried
Fish
to.
is
He
hanging
took a
out
strap
with
and he
Kitsune.
made like a little leash, and Kitsune bit through it instantly.
Great.
Yeah. Kitsune is just like, It's just like, oh, I mean, looks like somebody else got the idea to kind of raid. I mean, explore. I mean, study this place. Um, and Jonas kind of pipes up in your mind and is like, oh, Mordital. I wonder where he was staying.
Oh, the guy. Hmm.
Yes,
Hmm.
the only visitor I've had since the ancients.
I guess you're a neighbor, technically.
I
Fish
suppose,
doesn't tell anyone this
Yeah.
information, though.
Yeah.
I
Wise.
suppose not a very friendly neighbor since he didn't release me, but I got some knowledge from him before he went deeper. And then with what you know about this, I suppose you call it an ampule.
We're also
Oh.
calling it the bomb.
Yes, the bomb, a reductive name for a prototype engine. But I always expect a limited perception from you.
I know what an engine is. The ancients were inventing cars before we were.
No, they weren't. It's just like that moment of like the ancients were making cars before they were. Were
a car.
we? Check Fish's recollection of what a car is, compare it to notes. No.
Could
I
have
was
been
like, I
right.
know, they're stupid.
Sorry. Clunk on earth.
Um,
Anyway, no, that's it. Just
yeah. Jonas is just like, well, I did wonder where they got to. They came in and spoke with me and refused to see me, and then he left, and then he came back, and I never saw him since. Perhaps he found another way out. But yes, the bomb, the ampule.
what would you call it?
I would call it a prototype engine for the name matrix. It's
You
not
mean like
for you to understand.
obviously not, otherwise you'd explain it in better detail. I don't need to understand anything.
You do have a question left.
Hmm. I'm thinking we'll save it for Miss Gladly.
Very well. What I was going to say was, it should be at the end of this hallway, where he found it.
This one.
Yes, just right that way, away from your friends.
Fish
Go
snaps
away.
their fingers at Kitsune and says, "Bye!" and they go.
Isle, Cal, Metal, and May have
No,
kind of
you're
like,
only on the room. You didn't see this.
like
Bye.
poked their heads into the room. Sinner is still kind of outside the room with Kitsune and sees you just like start to head off. It's like, wait, what? Boss, others,
Doesn't remember our names.
Fish is making a run for it.
I'm imagining May is like, while all this has been going on, she's like been like pacing through the room, like picking things, oh, not picking things up, but like kneeling over them, like mumbling to herself, like just like notes and notes and notes on what she thinks all this is. So she's like mid like when this happens. Yeah, sorry. What do you guys do?
She's tasting the dirt.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's giving Moliere from Atlantis. How enthusiastic she is about this room.
You know what? May can give me a history check about this room.
Oh. Well, I mean, I do just kind of have the history feeds. I historically
have-
just know.
You do have the historian feat that will lower the DC. I still want you to make a
17.
I would
check.
also like to do, just in the fact that Fish and Jonas were talking long enough that I think Cal would have had the opportunity to do this, though she is going to cut out the minute Sinner says that. I'd like to do a religion check for the altar.
Okay, cool. Give me a religion check for the altar with a 17. With a 17 for the history check. This is sort of Northern European, somewhere between about 800 to 1400, somewhere in there, which is
Lines up.
which does line up with when Mordital was here. So that's probably high enough to bring Mordital to mind. Although you couldn't say with any definiteness.
25 for religion.
25 for the religion check. This is has May shared what the giant symbol means?
I feel like she would have been muttering it to herself, like not trying to keep it hidden, just kind of going, "Oh, that's the ancients, and that means this," and blah, blah, blah. Like,
which probably means with that high roll that that Cal would have picked up on it. So you, Cal knows that this is a altar to the ancients, and that there is a lot of sign of worship. There is very clearly kind of wear on the stone in front of this, as if someone sat or knelt here for long periods of time. This is clearly old, but very well used. There is the nubs of burned out candles and things like that. Whoever was here, and you don't know who, but whoever was here was worshiping the ancients as gods, seemingly. This is very, very kind of traditional signs of prayer. And Isle got a she rolled a 13, which would be a 19 on her survival check. So she goes to the animal bones. Yeah, she gets the animal bones. She licks one. She sniffs another, and she's just like, okay, rabbit, raccoon, fox. Yeah, it looks like broken necks. So snares most likely. These bones are old. Long time.
Yes, I know that.
And then Fish does a runner, and Sinner says that Fish is running away, and Isle bolts out of the room and turns into a wolf to catch up with.
Yeah.
Fish.
Cal swerved and then was going to be like, the fastest one is Isle. I don't know if she'll waste this transformation on it, and then is relieved, but is like looking back to May, who's probably just getting shaken out of it, and being like, God, the only thing I got from this is somebody made a little church in here, and that's not going to be interesting to anybody but me, so I'm going to keep going.
I think May is like just kind of thrown out of it, but seeing that there's like that it's not of the facility, that it's likely Mordital, and there's probably not anything of immediate use, kind of like starts following, but like casts a reluctant glance back, and then is out the door.
It's so interesting. Okay, everybody kind of gathers up, and you're much slower. Fish is heading fast towards the destination. Isle is fully running as a wolf, like dangerously fast, like slamming against the walls as she weaves around to get you, and she bites into the back of your pant leg to like hold you there. Kekino comes out with metal and is like, "Dad, where are you going? Dad, don't run."
I'm getting the thing. I need to get the thing. Get the fuck off me.
Dad, we stay together.
I'm not leaving. I'm doing this so that I can stay. You don't. They're not coherent. They're just
Yeah.
like the.
I think that your obvious distress is enough that Isle does let your pant leg go, but shoulders her way in front of you, and she's now like herd dogging you of like not letting you go down the hall faster at like a walking pace so the others can catch up.
They kind of try to stroke her for a little bit, but not really into it. There's the thing that he wants is at the end of the hall, and you want me back, right? So I got you. Fuck. I just you should just stayed at fucking looking in the room. I gave you the symbol and everything. You wasted that shit.
You do have bee speech, so you can understand what Isle is saying if you want to.
In my head, it's just on all the time.
Okay. Isle says, yes, she does say "gur."
Yeah, she says go.
She says, she says, you running off on your own is just as likely to get you dead as it is to get you better. We go together. You and I are staying together. That's what you promised.
They are affected by this.
They
And
will
they say-
remember this in the corner
Yes.
of the screen.
And they go,
Okay. Now, you can stay in front. We can hurry, but the others come with us. And I don't leave your side.
do we really need the others? Can't it just be you and me?
We at least need Kekino.
Yeah.
And yeah, you can continue on. She allows kind of the others to catch up to you, but then
Yeah,
once
we're letting the others catch up. That's what
Yeah.
I'm saying.
once that's done, she kind of like moves off to the side a little bit, so like you could squeeze past her if you want to, but she is kind of like taking the lead now.
If May is like hurrying down the hall, then Fish is like turning to her and being like, okay, now listen. I wasn't running away. It's because the thing that I'm looking for is the thing. So don't get pissed off at me. That's all. The end.
To which May kind of looks really confused because she's obviously like worried. They've
Mhm.
just bolted for no reason as far as she knows. She goes, why did you just tell us that? I mean, that campsite will be there forever. We don't have to mill about. I'm sorry, I just
No, we don't. And yet we keep doing it. So can
Dad.
we go?
So
Metal
is-
told
are
me that haste makes waste, which I don't know why running would make you poop, but it means we go slow enough to do good things.
Besides, I don't think you stopping to yell at people or making you work any faster either.
She says
Kel
fuck
doesn't
you.
say this,
and
but she
that
thinks
you-
Isle agrees.
Isle says fuck you. Isle agrees with me. Kekino is like, Isle said, yeah, but also, and I don't want to get in the middle.
Mediator. Sorry, what were you saying?
That's it.
Oh, you didn't have anything to say?
That's it.
All right.
Yeah, Cal's just like,
It's just conflict street right now. So.
yeah.
Yeah.
Cal's moving quickly, kind of keeping an eye on Metal, and is like trying to make sure nobody's like stopping while having this conversation. And it's just like,
Yep. Still walking and talking. The scratches are getting more and more common, and they have now reached the point where they cover the entire hallway, floor, walls, ceiling, and seem to
for no
continue
other
to do so.
reason for no other reason than just to, keep being a piece of shit. Fish goes, oh, that was Mortichel, by the way.
Is to May or just like
May.
to the group? Oh, okay. May looks really surprised that you're just kind of throwing this information so casually, and then like maybe if like the situation was different, she would be like grabbing Fish by like the lapels of her jacket and being like, "What do you mean? You have to tell everything." But in light of how Fish is being uncooperative, May just kind of nods, and then May's gonna message the cleric. And in light of May's thought process about this being somewhat reminiscent of the remnants, is going to float that concept to Cal and be like, "Cleric, is it just me, or does this remind you somewhat of what I know, or what you might have heard of remnant possession, if you're familiar?"
it's almost identical. Not that there's much to do with that. I don't have a soul catcher.
There must be something else, though. Sorry, I don't know Fish very well, but this does seem out of character for them, and it doesn't bode well.
I mean, that's not like they've been a good person at the best of times, but they don't usually show it to Isle Metal. Let's just keep going. I have some ideas, Miss Gladly, but let's not get to them until we have to.
All right, well, I'm desperately curious, and let me know if there's anything I can do to help. But yes, let's keep on. Then,
Miss Gladly, you'll know my signal when it happens. You and Sinner should act accordingly. And then she disconnects it.
yeah. May is going to convey that conversation to Sinner over message, but we don't need to get into it. She just like passes on that information.
Yeah. Sinner is just like, yeah, I'll be ready. But
What, is Metal just thinking the whole time? I can't believe they called me that.
yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I think she was quite shocked by that, especially because Fish quote ruined the party, so to speak. Way back when. It's been rough. It's been a rough time.
Yeah, but Kekino is there just being like, it's okay, Metal. You are not Lady Vaunt. You are in charge of us, Metal, and that's important. That's better.
She just goes, "That's right. You're completely right, Kekino."
Clams. And as you are headed along with the kind of previous perception checks that you've made, since they were all quite high, May, you notice that these symbols that were on the wall, these kind of reliefs that were seeming to tell some sort of story as they went on, are now completely and totally destroyed and defaced by this scratching. So you are kind of losing all information there unless you study them very closely, which will take quite a bit of time. And between your and Metal's perception checks from before, you get a little bit more of the sense of what's happening with the scratches, which is reminiscent of digging in some ways. And you see that, this hallway is kind of more destroyed, more of the ceiling is gone than there was before. And it's like something dug out this tunnel to clear it. Essentially, the hallway was created by the ancients. It was caved in at some point, and something or someone dug it out and removed all of the rubble to clear it, leaving these deep gouges in the stone.
Is there any thing that comes to May's mind that might have been able to do that? Like, should I roll history or something? Or like, yeah, I don't know, just because that seems like a very large animal that, as far as I know, does not exist in this universe. Or some sort of automaton or something.
Give me a history or survival.
Well, I'm going to go history because my bonus is better. That is a 21.
With a 21 in history, there are some like automata that you think, magical constructs that you think like could theoretically do this. Um, there are some just like handheld machines that could kind of make marks like these. And you kind of get the sense of like, a large animal could also do this, but you don't really necessarily think it's any of those things. And I'm going to give you for free, as you are examining these closely to try to figure out what kind of creature could make these. I think your roll is high enough. You find a very small white chip of something in one of the gouges on the floor.
Okay. Do like a. Okay. Can May just quickly, while they're walking, bend and pick it up?
Yep.
Yep. Roll for perception on it.
Sure.
That's a 13. Not great.
This is, yeah. You do a classic archaeologist trick, which is this rock or is this fossils, which means you lick it, and if your tongue sticks to it, it's bone, and if your tongue doesn't stick to it, it's minerals. Yes, this is a real thing, Mads. You lick it, and your tongue sticks to it, and you realize this is a little piece of bone.
Cal's not paying attention, but if she was, she'd be like, "Gimme!"
Okay, so a necromancer construct, maybe. I think May is inevitably going to have to turn to the Cal and be like, as they're walking, she's not stopping. Like, cleric, there was bone in those scratches. But is there some sort of necromancer skeleton construct, perhaps? She's looking really unsure. She feels like an idiot even asking. Like, she's exposing her lack of knowledge.
Patrick, you can stop me, but I'm pretty sure this is true, and I don't need to double check with this with you. Kel's going to say, there's some temples that focus on bone constructs and work some of that. So here, and she
That's true.
takes it from May.
Go
I'm
ahead.
just functioning on the fact that you just made all the temples the houses from Flock 2.
Not fully, but yes.
A lot of them.
Yeah, first thing I thought of, to be honest. Yeah.
Yeah, there are bone constructs and stuff, and other temples can specialize kind of in that. Passing the bone blunt, that's correct. I would say, Cal, give me probably even just like a religion check with advantage.
Okay. I don't even have to do the advantage. Nat 20, baby, for a 29.
Jesus Christ. Okay, a 29.
Tell me everything about this bone.
You use your death sense first to say this is a human bone, old, but then you are looking at it, you're sniffing it, you're really examining it with your senses to try to see if it was like someone that like died violently or something like that, and you don't get. You get a sense of death, but you sort of work through it and realize that the death energy on this bone is more recent than the death of the being this bone belonged to. You recognize it as a very small piece of a finger bone. at the tips of the fingers, either a index or middle finger, and you think you come to the conclusion that what did this was not necessarily a bone construct, but something necromantic in nature. It just has that feeling of undeath about its energy, and that something with human hands dug and dug and dug in this place until the skin flayed off and there was nothing but bones, digging with the bones over and over again as the bones wore down and became sharper to clear this place. And that's what you get. And as
Do I feel with my 29, I remind you, that
Yes.
this was the skeleton as it dug, did I feel like a necromancer gave orders to a human skeleton that dug, or a skeleton was possibly possessed by its own spirit to keep doing what it was doing after death?
You did get a 29 on
Yeah.
a natural 20.
Yeah.
I was going to say
36.
this is this is some sort of undead creature rather than more of an undead construct, but because you called it out explicitly, yes, this does seem to have come from a revenant, a ghost possessing its own body.
Fuck yeah. That, I'm assuming, is extremely rare.
Extremely. Almost unheard of and very hard to do artificially, but does
Yes.
happen just like naturally every once in a while.
I'm really glad I nailed the one question you didn't want me to ask, and then I was able to bully you into saying, it's a fucking 29!
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Anyway, as you are heading down the hallway, you make a turn, and suddenly you can see the hallway as it's ending, as it expands into a room, some sort of vestibule. And then there is a little bit of rock rubble where a door used to be, creating a little slope you have to climb over that's obscuring part of your view of the next room after that. But
Visuals it.
you see something. You see a large object in the next room, and you can see little notes of perhaps brass, something shining from the lights in the hallway. The room itself seems totally dark. You're just kind of getting the spillover from the hallway and this sort of anteroom. But yeah, it looks like there's a very large object in that room. Something maybe mechanical.
Yeah, Cal directs the dancing lights again.
Okay. The dancing lights go forward and illuminate the first room, the kind of antechamber, and it looks like a workshop of some kind. There are work tables and little bits of machinery, and while the scratches are still are still a lot of places, it seems like this room managed to survive whatever cave-in happened. It still has most of a roof and things like that, so there is less disturbed here.
Okay.
There are pieces of mechanisms, and there appears to be on the table something that could potentially be a part of the ampule. Just a little bit of a round shell that could be where it was made. And as you step in and keep sending those lights forward, Jonas pipes up in Fish's mind. It's just like, here we are.
Yep, great, awesome. What do you need? You said number 2 and 3 are in here. Obviously, I got to get you the little container, and then maybe, I don't know, a fucking blanket to wrap around you so you feel comfortable. But
Most
the
likely
point
blanket
is,
will be number 4. Sure.
Does Jonas get better jokes? Is
Yes.
this like a mutual thing where
Jonas
like,
is
Fish becomes an
absorbing.
asshole and
Jonas is
gets funnier?
absorbing more of Fish's knowledge and getting little bits of personality with it too. Yeah, I have tried to lay in of like Jonas couldn't speak in the beginning until it absorbed some of Fish's knowledge, and now Jonas is becoming more and more like kind of humanized in
Stand-up
Well,
a
comedian.
not good
you're
way.
doing it very well.
It's
Fish
great.
is slow. Because it's the taste of their own medicine. Like,
Yeah. In the
uh-huh.
next room, I think we'll find what we're looking for.
Okay, they go.
Okay. You.
I will say when Cal, May is like a kid in a candy store. I think Metal's probably in more focus with realizing this is another room to explore, and Isle's probably guard dogging Fish. And now
yeah.
she knows that Fish is not going to be a bitch and complain about anybody standing behind. Cal is going to take that bone in between her fingers. She's going to find somewhere to sit, and she's going to cast as wide as a death sentence as she can, because she does not want a fucking revenant creeping up behind them, because that's going to be arguably more of a problem than Jonas.
Give me a Arcana check, because you're really trying to push this death sense, but you are like, you're using this piece of bone as like a lodestone to kind of focus your energies.
May I get advantage?
No, I'm just giving you an Arcana check to be able to expand what is
All right.
canonically the range of death sense. You're trying to fuck with the mechanisms of an ability, so I'm giving you the chance to do that.
I probably didn't need it again, because that's a 27.
So to be clear, the hallway, there's no door or anything. The hallway just suddenly widens into this workroom, and then there's a little slope of rubble that you would have to climb up. It goes about waist high, so it's only blocking a little bit of the room. Beyond that, you can see the shine of a large mechanism. And as Fish and Isle head immediately to the rubble to climb up it and head into the next room where Jonas is directing them, you push your death sense out and out and out, and then are almost overwhelmed with the connection of this piece in your hand to its source. Not behind you, in the next room where Fish is heading.
Oh god. Yeah, Cal, as soon as Cal gets that, she will yell, "Stop!"
Does Fish listen?
Fish freezes a little. What?
There's a revenant.
A what?
May, can you say it concisely in a sentence? Arguably more dangerous than the entity.
May like yells so Fish can hear and says, "It's an extremely dangerous spirit possessing its own body, and you do not want to fuck with them."
Fish turns on Eldritch's side.
Was the guy pressed against the wall?
As you turn on Eldritch Sight and you look into this room, Isle steps up next to you, and she's still under the effects of dark vision. So she
Oh, it wasn't a waste. Excellent.
in here. Is Fish wearing their sunglasses to cut down the glare still of the ruins?
They keep forgetting and putting them back on their head, and so they've had this thing that happened about 50 times now, where it's like, ugh!
It flashbanged every single time.
Yeah.
Yes, you do that again, and you put the sunglasses on, and it's almost like the sunglasses aren't working. You see the sort of radiant energy coming from the walls, radiant magic, doing something to illuminate the space. Sort of a round room, um, broken up by a bunch of blank spots, which you realize may be places of destroyed wall or rubble, something else to kind of block the magic. The machine that you can now sort of see is so immensely magically imbued that it is burning your eyes through the sunglasses. Your sunglasses having cut down on this ambient magic so strongly, and you adjusting your eyesight for it, there is so much magical power concentrated right in front of you in whatever this thing is. And it's blowing out your vision, and you can't see it well enough to kind of tell what it is. But at its base, right in front of you, is a spot that only draws your attention because it is less intense. And it is sort of a little smear of a little bit darker, less magic, less energy, that is in the vague shape of a body, sort of sitting against this machine in the middle of the room.
What Fish, thinks that Jonas is that's the thing that you want, right? That's not actually a threat. Like, you can take care of that, right? That'll be fine.
Oh, I can certainly take care of it if you want to give me control and burn a little bit more of your time. But yes, I think we've found, and you feel your attention pushed towards the machine, piece 2, and then push towards the body, and piece 3. And Isle, who is next to you, but not hearing this conversation, although she can see the room, is like, what the fuck is that? There's a body there. There's a person.
Yeah, I
A
think
little bit
it's
away. He's in the middle.
Jonas wants what's in here, and I'm gonna let him go get it. Okay?
I don't. I'm.
They're talking to Isle.
Oh, okay. Bark, bark, bark.
Bark, 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 bark. Isle is like, you're giving Jonas control?
For fucking. No, you think I should not do that?
I think
Mm-hmm.
I think it's dangerous, but only do it if you can promise me that you are coming back.
Fish can't promise that, so they are fine. I'll do it.
As the rest of you see 2 members of your party kind of climbing into the next room, entirely ignoring anything in
Yeah.
this room that you were studying. What are you guys doing?
Yeah, Cal
Um,
is like has now risen from the floor and is like, so a revenant is a dead being with possession of death magic, which is about the most dangerous possible way of handling necromancy, and I possible the entity could handle it. I don't think Isle can.
Fish they've backed up just a little bit just to poke their head through and be like, hi, I have not proceeded. And picks up Isle. It's like, look at her little paws, isn't she so cute? She's not proceeded either.
um I think as you turn back to talk to the others, you do hear a little bit of movement behind you in the darkness.
Yeah, Cal's going to say, everyone get ready. It may not matter if we approach it. It may approach us first.
Sorry, what's happening? Sinner and Kitsune just kind of like on the other side of the room. Everybody's exploring.
My mind,
Fish and
Kitsune
Isle
stayed in the hallway.
are running on. Yeah, Kitsune wanted to stay in the hallway. Sinner still kind of like dragging him along.
Oh, frustrated, goes to Sitter and goes, scary, bad, monster, probably take off the handcuffs.
Sinner makes eye contact with May to see if she countermands or reinforces that order.
Sir
Remember
Patrick,
not to
stop
hit.
me anytime I'm saying things that are not true about revenants. I'm just going based on general lore and
I think Cal would know that generally speaking, revenants are incredibly powerful, but they are a known entity, while Jonas is incredibly powerful and an unknown entity. So it is the kind of thing of like revenants may be on par with a very dangerous creature. Jonas may be on par with like more of a minor god. So
in Cal's
it's the kind of
mind,
thing of like Jonas you've kind of gotten comfortable with, so it may be more the threat you know at this point, but Jonas is quite possibly more powerful than this thing.
oh,
At least in
absolutely,
any kind
and
of
she
crude
knows that,
form.
but
Yeah.
she's operating on specifically Jonas has a mind and can be reasoned with and is willing to accept things like compromises and negotiations. A
Yeah.
revenant is just like kill.
Yes. Actually give me a religion check in
Okay.
this moment to see about your revenant knowledge. As Sinner is waiting for the order to release Kitsune.
Not as good as usual, but that's fine. 14.
14, what you're saying is broadly true. Revenants are ghosts that possess their own body. It's very often, at least seems to be caused by somebody with like incredible unfinished business. It's not uncommon to see revenants like trying to accomplish a task when they are found, at least according to the lore, almost like almost like a creature not realizing it died and just keep going forward like unstopping. Um, and you are correct in saying that they have sort of death magic that they have access to, being this undead creature. You said 15?
14.
14. 14 is enough to know that um, a revenant is this combination of essentially a corporeal undead and an incorporeal undead, which means it can kind of shift back and forth a little bit about whether it's more physical or less physical, which gives it a certain amount of ability to shrug off like attacks and effects and things like that. Um, it's a little bit it's it's the kind of thing of like it may be able to phase through a wall with like a concerted effort, but it's more like this kind of thing of being like uh sometimes at least one book Cal has read compared fighting a revenant to like fighting mist, of being just like it's you punch it and clearly your fist goes through but it doesn't like do enough, and then other times you punch it and it goes flying across the room, like you don't know. um and yeah, that's sort of your revenant lore. They're uh, powerful. They're hard to kill. Oh, also with a 14, generally for undead creatures, um, at least resistant, if not outright immune to necrotic damage or death magic, and generally weak to radiant or life magic, which just is kind of like universally how most undead constructs function. There's a couple that are like undead fire spirits and stuff like that that kind of violate those rules, but for the most part, you're like zombies, ghosts, spirits, revenants, ghouls, all of those kind of things. Like generally follow this kind of pattern of uh, of strong against normal attacks and resistant to necrotic and weak to radiant.
Okay, I'll revise what I said a little bit of just being like, we can only go on defense. If it chooses to attack us, there's not much we can do about it. I would recommend everyone at their full magic capability. And if you two are willing to be up front, understand the consequences of that. And then she's gonna look at Kakano.
Meanwhile, Fish, I would like to roll for Fish self-insight on how stupid would it be to just step forward anyway.
Yeah,
Thank
go for it.
you.
That's self-insight, and Sinner is still waiting for that kind of acknowledgement from May about releasing Kitsune or not.
Yeah, May, I think, has a general grasp, surely, of how dangerous revenants are. Even if she doesn't know, like, really specific stuff, knows that you don't fuck with them. And, like, without even hesitation, nods at Sinner, and then says to Kitsune, if you're going to hang around, you better be hanging around to help.
Yeah, no, completely and totally. I understand. Click, click. And he gets out of his handcuffs, and Sinner kind of like pushes him off to the side, and then is running up past May to kind of like be on the first defensive line. Not quite as far as Fish and Isle, but Caligulus was like really dangerous creature right there, and he's like, I need to help deal with that. But he says to Kitsune before he unlocks him and kind of pushes him to the side, it's like, there are traps still active if you run. I would advise against it.
17.
And then he runs up. 17 self-insight is pretty good. Jonas is not afraid of this creature. You probably should be. It is a bad idea to approach this thing, but you also may not get a choice because it seems to have started moving a little bit.
Okay, shit. Fish like leans back over the. How high is this slope?
It's about waist high, so it's very easily climbable. It just kind of like obscures things that are low to the ground, like a body sitting there.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
They lean over to Caligulus and go, well, you know, just how about you hang back and kill what I become? Thanks. And even though they just said to Isle that they weren't gonna let Jonas take over, they're gonna just be like, hey, at any point you can just fucking do that.
Yikes.
Noted.
Cal's gonna listen to this and take it in without saying anything, and then she's going to grab May's arm and say, as a revenant, as a necromancer, I'm fairly useless. I'm gonna be hanging back, keeping an eye on things. Send people to me if they need to be healed or recovered. And then she's just gonna like melt into the wall. The necromancer version of the Homer going into the
Yeah.
Do you push forward your dancing lights though, so that more people can see into that room?
Oh, absolutely. I forgot that was a thing. Then yes, absolutely.
As you light up the room, everyone can now see as they're choosing to rush forward or hang back. a gorgeous, intricate machine takes up almost this entire room, made of brass and inset gems and other stones and metals, and seems to form, yeah, not that metal, no corpses of young women. Uh it almost seems like two giant, almost like telescopes, just like enormous cylinders, probably 15 feet across, um, just pointing at the center of the room. And what the others can't see, but that Fish and Isle can because of their vantage, and honestly, probably Sinner if he's now reaching the slope and is so tall. These two pieces of this device are pointed at a small brass pedestal with a inset slot in the top, and leaning against it is a corpse. The fingers have been worn down almost to nubs of bone, pieces of flesh still cling to some parts. There is a long beard still stubbornly fused to the jaw of a face that is mostly bone. And this disgusting creature reacts to the light and tilts its head up and looks at Fish and Isle. Sorry, I need some music for this. Where's my scary music? This is Jonah's scary music, but still makes sense. This corpse moves. I do. Rose. You're holding the holy place. So it just seems to make noises and grumble at you, seemingly trying to communicate to you in some way. And for just a moment in the back of your mind, you hear Jonas say, "Oh, Mordital, you don't look good at all." And then seems to like flip a switch in your mind, and you are now able to understand him going forward. Isle and the others cannot, and you are all close enough to hear this now. So I'd like anyone who wants to roll a history check to try to understand this creature.
Tragically, May got a natural one.
That's so
That's a
sad.
total of 23, but another nat 20. She's on her
Hold
fucking
on.
A game.
Hold on, wait.
Everybody's like, Fish is being so mean to me, and she's like, this is where I thrive, motherfuckers.
12.
Well, okay. That is a fascinating series of rolls on my part. May is probably not sure someone is talking, since she can't see the corpse yet, and she was just told about a revenant. It might be just corpse noises or something moving in the next room. It may not be language. Both Cal and Sinner, now looking at this thing, make eye contact with each other for just a moment, and Cal realizes that just based on pure intelligence, this is a not modern English, but in fact Middle English. He is old enough that his language has shifted with the times, and because of that, he is not intelligible. But a 23 is high enough that you can get the gist. And Sinner,
Oh, just reminding you, it is a nat 20, so higher than 23.
yes, I know.
All right.
You can get the gist. And Sinner, who got a natural 19,
Good job, baby boy.
-1 for intelligence, so 18 history roll, is looking at you and is like, it sounds like Beowulf or no, that's Old English, like it's kind of in that range, you know.
Cal is dumbfounded. She goes, "Oh, I'm gonna do it anyways." She goes, "You can read?"
Yes, I can read. Kitsune and Isle are just like, what's happening? They both rolled very low. And I think Metal gets enough that she understands this is a language, but does not understand it. So Cal, Sinner, and Fish understand this corpse when its words garbled and crusty from a throat that has not spoken in hundreds of years in a decayed body. You understand it saying, "Who are you? Robbers? You defile this sacred place." And it is starting to try to get to its feet.
Hold on, Ink needs a second. This is very
Yeah.
rare for me.
I'd like to say that in general fear and concern, Metal has like little flame hands, just
Yep, just
hanging
ready
out.
and raring to
Just-
go.
she's kind of just in the back.
While
Going
Ellie's in the
forward, but in the
bathroom, and Ink's thinking of what to charm our good dear friend Morty with, can I do a quick Arcana if a soul knife would work on Buddy Boy?
Buddy man.
That's a 21. I'm rolling so fucking good.
Yeah, very
Yeah,
good.
so is Sinner apparently. Um,
Good for
We
him. What did he
connected.
get?
Yeah.
We're buddies now.
The true
So-
character arc.
yeah. Yeah, Sinner has a fine appreciation for old literature. Now, he reads the Vodek sagas in his spare time. With a 21, you think that a soul knife would be an effective tool if used properly to defeat this thing, but if used improperly could potentially damage the tool in some way.
Yeah.
Essentially, this is a tool, not a weapon. If you're gonna stab this thing with it, it might do more than normal damage, but there's a chance it will damage the soul knife and keep it from working for other things.
Just so the players know, in addition to that, Cal would also make the decision of it wouldn't be worth losing the element of surprise of using it against Fish and Jonas. So she does think about it and then go, no. So that's just for players to know that Cal is... I will probably be keeping her on the defense this whole time.
That's very good. Just so she doesn't fucking die.
Yeah, because you need me.
Yes, we do. Now, for what Fish is about to say, it's going to be deception and also an intimidation. And so I'm going to say that Patrick would suggest that I roll for either of them. I'm going to say, can it be deception instead of intimidation, just because that's the one that has the +7.
It depends on what you're trying to say.
This is what Fish says in response to, are you defilers of this place? They go, no, that is, in fact, you. If anything, you're the defiler. I belong here. I'm a godkin, you see. Get away from my machine. Essentially, the vibe they're giving off is, I'm a fucking ancient. How about you respect me?
Yeah, I would say if you're trying to say, like, I'm the boss of you and also I belong here, that would be deception. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
You do have Kekno with you.
Oh, can I roll twice, please?
Kekino's with Metal.
Okay.
No. Oh,
Can Isle help?
No. Because Metal was with Kekno when they were walking. Then they had the argument, and then Isle brought him up, and they were all together. And then I explicitly said, if you guys are up at the front, you're going to have to deal with it. And then Cal looks at Kekno up with them. That is how my impression has been the whole time.
Oh no, Kekino has been holding back, and Isle has carried him a couple of times, but is not right there.
Okay, but can Isle give advantage? She's my my hound. My ancient hound?
Ancient hound, which
I buy that.
knows
I
to
buy
have it.
that. Yeah. Here,
Thank you.
actually, let me roll a intimidation check for Isle, and if she gets over a 10, she can give you the help action.
Thank you. Look, I didn't roll terribly. I just wanted to roll better.
Isle does get a -1 to intimidation, so we'll see how this goes.
Why?
She rolled a nat 20.
Oh.
Wow, shit. And also, it's because it's a charisma thing.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yep. Yes, she absolutely gives you advantage on your deception.
Thank you.
As
I
she
will roll
goes
it.
full, like, royal guard dog.
That is much better. So here's what we rolled. Let me learn basic maths. 24.
24. 24, he says, Godkin, you're still a devoted follower of the ancients, so here with the mud. The others take bring. You're a godkin. What are you doing here? Are you a devoted follower of the ancients? Should we kill the others?
Not the others. I'm in the process of converting them. Don't worry, I've got it under control. Just, calm down. We're not all friends here, I'd say, but like you and me, we're good. Just settle down now, okay?
You bring new followers for the gods' work.
Always, yeah. I need more people all the time. Come on.
Do you approach in any way, as he seems to kind of be standing down?
Sure.
Okay.
Fish
As
takes
you-
a step forward, like offering their hand as if to be like, let me help you stand on your legs, the bones.
He has kind of gotten up to stand and is kind of turning back towards you as Isle comes down next to you and Sinner starts to crest that rise a little bit. He kind of turns back and looks at you, body cricking and creaking as he sort of reassembles himself to move again. And then he pauses for just a moment as he notices the black veins on your neck. Yildilriden, Father of Remnants. You freed the Father of Remnants. You lie? An enemy of the gods here? Speak.
I'm
Speak,
not an
liar, and explain.
Well, if I'm a liar, then how can you trust anything I say? Not the right thing to say in this situation, is my commentary. Why would you want me to talk in the first place?
Welcome all devoted followers, but not
I told you
heathens
I
and
am!
enemies. You lie. I name you enemies of all gods. You will pay with your life blood. And then you
Yes,
roll
I'm
initiative.
legitimately here to follow the ancients, though. It's just me. I'm sorry. I did lie, but it was just
It is
me. It's not-
too
it's-
late. You
it's
took
fine.
too big of a swing. Yeah, I will say that most of the way worked. He was backing down, but he did roll really good on that perception check.
That's
got
not
him.
anything that I could have done anything out of my control. It
No.
was my physical
You did
appearance.
great. You did great. And I
Um,
would like to point out that we would have probably just waltzed into this room and
Yeah.
immediately got this anyways. Also, that's a hot 6 for my initiative.
Okay, hot 6 for Cal.
19 for me.
Oh my gosh, hold on.
It's fine. Kel's on defense.
14.
That's me.
Patrick, will you allow me to start from hiding, or is that you?
You were very specific. You were very explicitly like, I don't approach that side of the room. So
Yeah.
I would say probably yes.
Thank you.
There you go.
You'll still need to roll a stealth check, but I
absolutely.
will do that as like a free action at the beginning of combat.
Yeah.
I got a 10.
You got a 10.
Yeah.
Okay. Sinner got a 14.
Oh, that's the same as fish. Do
no,
we have to
he
roll
actually-
against each other?
He actually got a 13. So fish goes first for that. I will say that because you were so convincing and he didn't immediately go for you, he is going. You're not going to get a full surprise round, but he is going to roll his initiative with disadvantage. So you are going to be able to go before him, most likely. Yeah, that's initiative 5. So even Cal is going before him.
We really shook him.
Yep. Well, you really distracted him. You did a good job.
Hey.
And now for Kitsune
So-
and Isle. That is a also a 13 for Isle, which she goes before Sinner. Okay. And Kitsune rolled a 6 on the dice, but he is very fast and squirrely, so let's see. Yeah, you got a 6 on the dice, so that would be a 9. Okay. All right, let us get this battle map in here.
I
Over.
petition the score to be from God of War.
I don't want to risk it because God of War is still sometimes copyright struck every once in a while. But this is the background music I have for this battle. Okay.
There we go.
Wow. How's Mel doing? Is she shaking like a leaf?
You're shaking like a leaf.
Okay.
Not enjoying it. Not enjoying it here. Not having a good time.
Here.
You're gonna have a bad time.
Bad time.
I don't hear the music yet. Do you guys all hear it?
I hear it. It's quiet
Oh.
though.
Oh, it's very quiet. I might have to adjust my audio levels.
Oh yeah, that's
Ooh,
it.
it's cool. It's sick. Ooh, the vibes.
Oh yeah, I turned it down when we were doing hours of Megalovania.
Say rude.
How dare you?
That was
I
fun.
loved it, but
Does that mean you missed the darkest death metal? That was really
no.
good.
I have it down.
That was
I just
so
have
great.
it lower in the mix because otherwise, it distracts me. But yeah, I've never turned it fully down. I just turn it down. Yeah, I did absolutely see this reflection in the window.
Yep. Unfortunately, I don't have the kind of room set up here on the map, so I'm just gonna draw that in really fast. So this room actually goes about here.
Nice. Wait, every time I go to spell Mortadal.
Morty. He says
Morty.
I spell it
Morty.
wrong. I spell it wrong.
Morty,
all.
but with D.
Don't look at my notes.
Okay.
That's better.
That is first in initiative is May with Fish on deck.
All right, so has May like just cleared the little hole as this like kicks into fight mode?
Yeah, May has just gotten far enough that this area right here where the door should be is the little slope. She's gotten just far enough that she can see over it into the room, but she does have to go up that slope and then back down to get in the mix, as it
Yeah,
were.
okay. May moves just to the left of Sinner, and she's gonna roll for perception. Does May know that they're fighting? Yet?
You got some like angry gargling noises and got that Sinner and Fish are kind of on edge. I'm not sure if you know that this is totally a fight yet. Give me an insight
Okay.
check on their body language.
Cool.
Patrick, can
That's
I keep trying to talk us out of this, or just tell me?
You can certainly try to talk us out of this, but give me a
Us,
insight
not
check.
you.
before you do
We're not including you in this.
give me an insight check on Mortital to see how effective that would be.
Okey-doke.
Patrick's like, I made this map though.
I did make the map, but I also one of our very first battles was Mooney by herself on a battle map that she completely avoided because she just kept rolling really, really high over and over again.
Iconic.
So
It was a 14 again.
14.
Yeah.
With a 14 for Mortital, you can kind of see that he's not acting in a totally human way. It is almost more like he had a reputation. He was called the information that The information that you got from May was that his nickname was Mad Mordital, which probably had more to do with like the fact that he was like, we should worship the ancients instead of being like actually crazy. He's actually crazy now. A 14 is enough to be like, the part of him that is reasonable and able to like communicate and understand that he should back down is one of the things that kind of rotted away. You could absolutely convince him to pause, or things you say may cause him to hesitate. Getting him to completely and totally back down now that he's whipped himself up into this lather is possible, but very, very hard.
I'm gonna try anyway on my turn. Please go.
That was an 8 for me, Patrick, for the insight.
Sinner has put down his knuckles, has activated his gauntlets, so you're thinking, if we're not fighting yet, we're about to be.
Okay, May's going to, like, quietly... Oh, no, bother talking. She's just going to message Sinner and say, what's going on?
Boss, I didn't really get all of it, but it looks like, it seems like he's pissed off and he's gonna try to kill us and, I guess, feed us to the machine or something. I don't know. It's bad. We're fighting.
Okay, cool. Can I roll perception for the room? Or
Sure.
is the insight? Yeah, cool. That's a 16. No rush.
So, so with a 16, you can sort of see the layout of this room. You can see Mordital has just kind of gotten to his feet. You see that this large machine in front of you, you don't know how fragile it is, but it doesn't look movable in any way. It's sort of bolted in position. So you could potentially, duck behind it, use it as cover, things like that. There is remnants of work stations that were in here, benches and stuff that were just totally destroyed. It seems like everything in this room is broken except for this machine, and I think that makes you realize that, like, this entire room has been dug out by hand. This is clearly what he was digging, which means this machine got totally buried under tons and tons of rock and seems entirely and totally unharmed.
Okay. Can I have one more chance of dialogue before I actually decide what May's going to do?
Sure.
May's going to murmur really softly to Fish. Is there any way we can get out of this?
I've got another idea of something to say.
All right. May's going to ready Sacred Flame as an action, but not use it if Mordital attacks.
Okay, if Mordital attacks are as aggressive, you use Sacred Flame. Okay.
Yeah.
Then that brings us to Fish's turn with Isle on deck.
Right. I'll re-roll this one. Will I roll before or after I actually say the thing? Do you think that'd make it more interesting?
It depends. There's the different schools of thought. It's like sometimes you say something really fucking awesome and then you roll awful and it just ruins the moment. So I'd say you can absolutely roll before you say the thing.
I'd like to have an appropriate delivery. All right, this is another deception.
All right.
Oh my Christ! A natural 20. So that is a 27.
What?
I rolled
That had a very
natural-
different energy than what I thought. Okay. And this was
I also
persuasion?
thought it was the one.
No, this is deception.
Deception. Okay.
27. Fish says, "No, look, Mortal, you're right. I have been consumed by the whatever the thing it is that you said, and I say that I'm wrong. That's the reason why I'm here with my friends. Actually, I'm the one who needs your help. I need to repent. What do I do? How do I get the gods to forgive me? And only you can help me do that. Please, I don't want to fight. I want to make things right with the gods. Please help me."
He looks at you kind of confused, going from this like battle ready mode to this very earnest plea, and he starts to approach you actually, and it takes on a little bit more of a friendly like body language, and he goes, "There is no sin that is unforgivable. We will cleanse you.
Thank you.
Come, brother. We will cut the father of remnants from your body, and we will heal your soul."
Thank you. That's what I want most in the entire world.
Come.
Is he offering a hand? Like,
Yes.
Fish takes his hand.
Holding a hand out to you, and
Fish takes his hand.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And I'd say we just kind of drop out of initiative for a moment just to allow this to happen. He starts taking you over to this pedestal of the machine.
What's Jonas saying? Anything? Does he like this?
Jonas is quiet, suspiciously so.
Okay. Fish is thinking, because they're fully playing both sides right now, like, it's fine. It's fine. And Fish also says to the others, like, brothers and sisters, and son, Kekano, thankfully Mortal here has accepted that I'm repenting for sin. So all of you just settle down. I'm gonna go with him. Hopefully he can help me get rid of the bad in me. You understand what I'm talking about?
Yes. Bring your followers too. We will burn the heart out of this demon. And he touches a spot on the machine, and it starts to power up ever so slowly. As the pieces start to move and shift, symbols appearing and then disappearing in the air around it, as this thing turns on, and he guides you towards the pedestal, and he goes as if to lay you on it. And it is at that moment that you disappear from your own experience, as Jonas reaches out a hand. You watch from afar, from your own mind space, as your hand becomes a giant scythe, wreathed and entirely made of black flame, as he tries to cut Mordital's head off. And having already rolled this, Mordital pushes you away and dodges out of the way. Almost, old enemy.
Wow.
As Jonas now stands up in the middle of the room. Okay, things have shifted very slightly. Fish is there, Mordital's about here, and Jonas has entirely taken over Fish's body.
Fish says, I shot my shot. Good luck.
And I respect you for it.
Thanks. You like
Fish
me
is
for a
going to the
reason.
beach.
Okay, I think that brings us back into initiative, which means it's Isle's turn, who has been looking.
It's Isle's turn, and she goes, "Bitch!
Been
There
looking
was
at
one
this
fucking rule."
happening, and sees Mordital. It sees Mordital jump away and Jonas take over, and she can't really tell if this was a temporary thing or not. So she's going to run forward and guard by Fish's leg, and she is going to growl. She's going to hold her action and attack either Jonas Fish or Mordital, depending on who is aggressive first. It seems like she's trying to kind of guard dog Fish, but only if Jonas doesn't make any aggressive moves. That brings us to Sinner's turn. Sinner only kind of got the gist and is going to decide. Yep, he's going to decide the enemy you know is better than the enemy you don't, so he's going to run over and swing for Mordital's face. Alright, bonus action, you see his muscles start to swell, becoming a little bit grotesque in the process as his fists get larger and the gauntlets compensate for them. And then he is going to take his 2 attacks. That is 1 hit and 1 miss. Let me double check. Yeah. No. Okay. Peek behind the curtains. Mordital's armor class is so low because his defenses are in other places, and Sinner is so strong that he rolled a natural 3 on that attack, and he hit. So that is 2 hits. Gotta get a bunch of dice. Gotta get a bunch of dice.
You guys enjoy the fight. I'll eat my crackers.
You've got stuff to do when it comes back to your turn.
You have to like solve a puzzle to get back into your own mind.
Yes. Yes. I'm gonna give you a Sudoku. All right. Okay. On those 2 attacks, that is 24 damage. You see Mordital turn to face him as he charges up, and Sinner comes in with 2 big swings, and his gauntlets are glowing with magical energy. And you see Mordital does something, becomes slightly more incorporeal in a way, and Sinner is clearly doing damage, but his fists are sinking in. I'd say anybody who has a turn left, which would be Metal, Kitsune, and Cal, could make a Arcana check to try to figure out what just happened. But this 24 damage turns to 12 damage.
Dirty 20 Arcana for me.
Okay. For Metal. Kitsune has no idea what the fuck's going on.
Dirty
Mhm.
20.
Dirty 20.
Wow.
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 Both of you get Metal sort of from a physical standpoint of like what's happening. Cal from more of a experience with undead theory standpoint. You both understand that Mordital is probably resistant to piercing, bludgeoning, and slashing damage from non-magical sources, and as a reaction can give himself immunity to that damage and resistance to it from magical sources. So essentially he did have to burn a little bit of something to keep Sinner from really beating the shit out of him, because his gauntlets cut through that kind of natural defense, but it definitely was less effective than Sinner had hoped, and you should probably avoid using kind of, normal guns and knives and stuff like that. That is Sinner's turn. That's going to be Metal with Kitsune on deck.
Oh boy. So Metal's gonna like climb in there, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Just gonna hop down next to May, I think.
Okay. And you bring Kekino with you.
And I bring Gekino. And then she's just thinking about what Cal said, which is this thing is extremely dangerous. Use all of your magic. And because she's so scared, she's really got like the flame in her hand, which I feel like is like her crutch almost. So I would like to cast Scorching Ray on Morty.
Okay. You do an attack roll for Scorching Ray.
Make a ranged spell attack for each ray. So there's 3 rays. Yes.
3 rays. Okay. All 3 are doing on him. That's 3 attack rolls, and you add your 2-hit spell attack bonus.
Okay, the first one is 21.
Okay. Hits.
The second one is 7.
Misses.
The third one is 21. Incredible.
Hit. The 7 was including your spell attack bonus?
Yes.
Okay.
It was
So
a
you
natural
rolled-
one.
I was gonna say you rolled a 1 or a 2. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's 2 hits. Roll your damage for those.
Okay. It is 2d6 fire damage, so it's gonna be 9, 17 total.
17 total. You unleash these firebolts that fly across the room. He ducks under one more hits him in the leg, another in the chest, and you can see that the fire goes out almost instantly. So the damage is actually halved, and you now know
Yeah.
he's resistant to fire damage.
I was feeling like maybe he wouldn't be. Alright. Okay. Good to know.
He's definitely looked like he's taking some hits. You think his health is probably not super high, but
True.
he is resistant seemingly to a lot of things.
Noted.
Okay, anything else you'd like to do? Any bonus actions or anything like that?
No.
Okay, and you didn't want to use Kekino to give you advantage on those attacks, right? Because you didn't say it.
Oh, I didn't think of it, so I'll say no.
Okay.
I'm not used to having Gekino.
Yeah. Then that is going to be Kitsune's turn with Cow on deck. Let's see what Kitsune does. Bunch of people ran in. He sees that the way is clear, but Cal is still there. he looks at Cal, and he decides to run in. He runs into the room, and he casts some sort of magic. It's a little bit hard to tell exactly what he has done for anyone that is looking at him, but he does cast some magic and then runs around to hide behind the pedestal here. That is his action and bonus action. All right, that is Cal with Morty on deck.
All right. Cal is going to be working defensively, so we'll do that free hide first.
Yep. Give me a stealth roll.
Yeah. Wow, I am rolling so fucking good, which means at some point I will stop. A 21 for stealth.
Okay, you are hidden. You don't think Mortital or really anybody else saw you. Kitsune knew you were there before you started hiding. So he saw you before you disappeared, but otherwise you're hidden.
For both my would examining the machine be a action?
Depends on how in depth you're trying to examine it. If you're like trying to do something with it, it might be an action or a bonus action. If you're just like, I want to look at it and see how it works, that's a free action. You don't need to spend anything to do that.
Then I'd say I'm gonna move my 30 feet
Okay.
towards the machine, and I'm definitely like
terrain as you get
making
over the door.
and I can go farther by deliberately avoiding Morty and Jonas.
Mm-hmm. You can get to about here before your 30 feet run out because of the difficult terrain of getting through the door.
Yes. I'm going to do free action look at the machine, and then from there I'll decide if I want to use my action to move farther forward.
Okay. Give me a investigation check.
$19.
19. There is no cultural understanding at this point of what a laser is for you, although you have had you've seen beam-like magic before. But this does look like it's concentrating magic into some sort of beam, aiming at this little central pedestal. And you said 14?
19.
19. Okay. With a 19, you notice that the divot in the middle of the pedestal is about the size and depth to hold, based on the dimensions that were described to you in the report you read, the ampule. That the ampule
But it's not there.
Not there, but it does look like it belongs there, like it slots in. And this is clearly a part of the ampule device, whatever it was originally intended to do, and that does seem to be the focal point of where these beams are going to kind of pour magic into, and that's where Morty was trying to push Fish. So you can't really tell necessarily what the effect is going to be, but you get sort of a idea of what the function of this is.
Would this be a free action? Can I look at Morty and see if there's any place that he could have the ampule on his person? Maybe in his craggy beard?
No, that can be as part of the investigation check. It is not there. It's a fairly large object.
Okay.
It's
You said divot, so I thought small.
Yeah, no, the ampule is genuinely like maybe 2.5 feet across. It's a pretty big giant orb thing that you've got to carry. It's definitely not a pocket-sized thing. But yeah, it doesn't look like he has it on him, and you haven't seen any kind of copies. You know, you really weren't getting the full gist of what Jonas was talking about with Fish, but just because Mordital found one ampule doesn't mean that's the only one of those.
Yeah.
So you don't see any.
Okay. I'm gonna go to these big ol' where is my pointer button? Right here. These big ol' like things.
Yeah, part of the
Telescopes in
machine.
the back, and
Yep.
go investigate those. That movement will be my action, and then I'll do bonus action hide.
Okay. These will be your action, and then bonus action hide. You'll actually get like kind of right in there. Give me another stealth roll.
Damn. Okay. That's 22.
Okay, you are hidden. Yeah, 22 is definitely gone. 22 is high enough that I think I'm going to give you a free action, which is a insight check on Kitsune as you run past him.
Cool. It's a 10.
It's a 10. Okay. With a 10, he kind of barely seems to notice that you've run past him, which is weird.
Maybe he already split himself.
Maybe. And that is your turn. It is now Morty's turn. With May on deck. Yep, that makes sense. Is that what you would do or something else? Yeah, that'll work. Okay. Mordital runs his fingers through his scraggly beard, accidentally pulling off some of the flesh still remaining on his chin, as you hear him sort of whispering to himself. And I need Isle, May, and Metal to make wisdom saving throws.
Oh no. I don't like that. No.
It's D20, isn't it? It's been a while since I've had to do one. Yeah.
That plus
Ooh.
add your wisdom saving throw modifier.
Yeah, that's a 6.
It's a 6. All right.
May's about to get got.
Uh-oh. I got a 13. Do I get advantage with Kekino?
If you want to use Kekino in that way, yes.
Oh my god, is there two or...
I bet it's gonna be dissonant words or something.
It's a dirty 20.
Okay. And then I will do Isles, which succeeds. Okay. So just May then takes 9 points of psychic damage.
Ouch.
Was I right about it being dissonant words?
No, it's a different effect, slightly different. But you do need to immediately turn around, draw your gun, and use your reaction to try to blow Metal's head off. So
Well,
Yeah,
if you,
roll for that.
No!
if you take that damage, give me an attack roll with your gun against metal.
I don't like you guys.
Let me remind myself what the yeah, it's a D8. Okay.
Remember when me and May were bonding over like how to fix guns and stuff?
Yep.
That's an 11. That was a natural 8.
Okay. Then that's probably lower than your AC, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is 13. Why can I never find it? Yes, 13.
You all, the three of you hear whispers at the edge of your consciousness, and two of you manage to shake it off, but May doesn't. Whispers that may sound like knowledge in some way. They start to infect her mind, and as it starts digging in there, her hands moving of their own accord. Get these voices out of my head, get them out. Grabs her gun, turns towards Metal, and as she pretty much points it at her forehead, remembers Metal fixing this gun with her and fires. And it goes over Metal's shoulder and into the wall as you manage to pull it away at the last moment.
Oh my god.
Well, so definitely I got that attack saved up, Patrick, so...
And that was... that was his action. He doesn't have any bonus actions. Yeah, that was his turn. Okay, May's turn. The effect has passed. You no longer feel any animosity towards Metal. In fact, you probably feel horrible that you tried to shoot her head off.
Yeah. Metal screamed and then ducked. So.
So Patrick, because I did save that action for when Mortal attacked, do I now get 2 attacks this turn?
You saved it for when he attacked. So technically the way it works is you attacked Metal, you get your saved action, your turn starts. So yes,
Okay,
do
cool.
the first attack.
Yeah, okay. That's 2d8 for Sacred Flame. That's a 2.
You
That's
need to roll to hit, I think.
right. What was it? It doesn't say to hit. It just says I have to.
Actually,
attack his dex.
it's a dexterity saving throw for Mortal.
Okay, cool. Can I roll again?
You just keep the damage rolls that you did, and we'll see if he makes it.
Okay, that was 7 all up.
That is a 16. What is your spell save DC?
I'll have to roll that first.
No, it's just a thing.
Sorry.
It's 14 for you.
So he saved. Bastard.
Yeah, so unfortunately, you whip up a bunch of light seeming to stream out of nowhere and try to wrap it around him, and he kind of ducks out of the way as he chitters to himself. And now it's your turn, and you can do whatever you want, including that again, if you would like.
For May's free action, she's going to turn to Metal and apologize profusely. Say, I don't know, he did something. I'm so sorry. And then she's going to move in front of Metal with her back to Metal in case it happens again. And do Radiant Flames again. Radiant, whatever, Sacred Flame.
Excellent. Okay. Another dexterity saving throw for him.
Yep. Bastard.
That is unfortunately even higher, so he does succeed again. You've got a bonus action. I don't know if you have any bonus action stuff, but...
No, I don't have anything. Well, for my bonus action, can I get May to throw away her gun and her whip?
Yeah, absolutely.
Out of reach?
Yep.
Yeah. So she's going to throw it...
Any particular direction?
Over the thing. the little rise in like where she
Gotcha,
thinks
sure.
Cal is, like in Cal's direction.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. You throw it, and it gets about here.
Yeah.
I took a bad color for that. About here.
And
Is
I still
May's
have a
movement.
bit of movement left. No, I'm going to say that now.
Okay. Then that is Fish and Jonas's turn with Isle on deck. For Fish, I will say, first of all, you decide whatever Kekino does. That includes attacking, that includes running to someone else or helping someone else, whatever you need to do that you think would be good in Kekino in this moment.
Kekino, he's free to move as he likes, but like it's best if he's with someone assisting them with their general goals. So it's just like you be a support, and if that involves attacking, do that.
Okay. I think Kekino is going to take those instructions to yeah, I think he's going to jump off metal and slide around here to be with Isle, and is going to be ready to assist Isle with kind of pushing Mortital away from you, from your body at least.
Yeah.
Now for you yourself, you find yourself once again within the your own mind.
Is it not my mother's parlor anymore?
No, it's just a dark space, and as if looking through a giant TV, you can see through your...
Oh, the sunken place. I gotcha.
See through your...
Patrick hadn't seen that movie.
Don't even know what movie you're referring to, but...
We won't tell you.
But in this moment, you realize you have another opportunity to probe deeper into Jonas's thoughts and what Jonas knows. And you notice for free that Jonas is not just attacking Mortital, he's also assessing the body with a certain amount of covetousness.
Fish thinks, but I'm hotter.
Yeah, he wants Morty carnally. He does not have any sexual thoughts whatsoever. He wants the body, and he is jealous that this is a body that Mortital has without sharing. I would like you to think about what you want to probe in Jonas's mind and memories. Just one or two words to what thoughts that brings up.
Fish has been they hooked a little bit on learning that Jonas wants to kill the faceless ones. So, faceless ones.
Give me a wisdom saving throw, or a wisdom check, I will say. Insight? Sure, insight.
Insight?
Yeah, insight's wisdom.
It's a nat one.
It's a nat one.
Mhm.
What is the what is
3
the
total.
3?
3.
Okay. You don't get a lot of information on the faceless ones, because what you receive when you kind of put that query out there is boundless and unending rage. There is a hatred and a fire in Jonas that seems to be wholly and totally directed on the Faceless Ones, and specifically destroying them. I think that's about what you get on a natural 1-3, is that Jonas is not a particularly emotional being, at least in his kind of operating. While he clearly experiences emotions himself, he's mostly kind of goal-oriented. The goal, the one where all of that emotion is focused, is killing the Faceless Ones. And I think even with a 1, it bleeds through a little bit of, as part of that hatred, frustration that they are not here to kill. And that is the end of Fish's turn. Now we will do Jonas's turn as we swing back out to the battle. Jonas looks out at Mordital. And looks down at his arm, which has become this scythe of fire. And then decides to transform it back into a hand, gather up some balls of fire in his hands, and unleashes what you sort of recognize as blasphemous darts. The difference is that where your blasphemous darts look like little pieces of energy that fly out, his look like gouts of black flame. And where you shoot, I believe 4 of them at this point, he shoots 20. His entire... Everyone watches as Fish's entire arms light up with flame and just unleash these darts everywhere. Gather up all of my dice. Need more dice. Need more dice. Don't have enough dice. Dice, 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 dice. Oh, I don't need to roll that. They never miss. I need to roll these.
How do you not know that, Patrick?
It's genuinely... So Blasphemous Darts is based on Magic Missile, the Magic Missile spell, and it is the only thing in Dungeons & Dragons that does not miss. It's the
That's
only
crazy.
spell. Yeah.
It's iconic. It's iconic.
Mm-hmm. The only one
It's-
that functions in this way.
It's what I considered Fish's signature spell. It takes nothing. It does nothing.
It does some
It's
stuff.
exactly like them.
It doesn't miss.
Okay. 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 And then we'll burn those last 5. Need to do this. Yep. Okay. This wave of blasphemous darts come out, and they don't shoot straight at Mordital. Instead, they zig and zag, and you see 5 of them hit Mordital. 2, 1 in each ankle, 1 in each wrist, and 1 in the throat. 5 more turn into ropes of black flame and seal him and tie him to the ground. 5 more turn into a sort of larger flaming missile that comes down from the ceiling while he's pinned to the ground and hits him in the center of the chest. And then the last 5 swing out, turning also into ropes of fire, and bind Isle to the ground, Sinner to the ground, May to the ground, Metal to the ground, and Kitsune, who Cal is just a little too hidden for his perception check. So she watches as it bypasses fictional Kitsune to hit real Kitsune, hiding on the other side of the room. Yes, you are all restrained to the ground. Kekino is free, and Cal is free. Mordital is as close to dead as he can be without dying. And Fish loses 1 maximum hit point. And that brings us out of combat. As Mordital is wheezing and rattling on his back, pinned to the ground. Fish, gouts of black flame spewing out of their mouth when they speak. Tears of black flame rolling down their face. Walk over and stand over Mordital. None of you being close enough to lunge and get in the way. And he kneels down, and you hear him say, "Goodbye, old enemy. I'll just take this from you, shall I?" And he puts his hand on Mordital's chest. You watch the skin turn to leather, the bits of clothing that have survived this time, the bones underneath, peel back and open like a flower, exposing Mordital's innards as he dies. Any of you who would like to, since Kekino and Cal are free, they can both do things. The rest of you can try to make a athletics or acrobatics check to escape your bindings.
Cal is close enough to get everybody except, I believe, May and Metal, and I think you'll probably allow me to sneak out a little bit and to hit them, but she is going to cast Pass Without Trace on everybody she can hit, except for Fish.
Pass Without Trace.
I need to keep an eye on you.
The
Including herself, obviously.
yes, you do have to creep a little bit closer, but as Jonas is sort of focused on Mordital in this moment, you can still stay hidden and get far enough out to get everyone else. Everyone, as you are pinned to the ground, you see that your shadows underneath you driven by these somewhat harsh dancing lights that Cal has released, start to thicken and sort of cling to your clothing a little bit as Pass Without Trace takes effect. And you all get +10 to your stealth roll. Is there anything Kekino is doing in this moment?
Fish, watching these events take place, like all of their energy is going towards Kekino being like, just stay safe, keep everyone safe, but don't even try to fight.
Kekino is going to he tries to chew through the black fire bindings keeping Isle to the ground, and is kind of like, ow, 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 hurting his mouth as he does it. But he's going to give her the help action, and it does succeed. So Isle is now free and turns back into a human.
Well, that's good for my plans.
And she looks like she is instantly going to jump on Fish and maybe shake the Jonas out of them. But Kekino is right there going, no, we gotta wait. Dad says we gotta wait, and we gotta be cautious and not do anything. We gotta just be ready. Anybody else trying to get out in this moment?
I got
I think
22.
Cal is moving in the background, so I'm gonna let you guys all go first, and then we'll do Cal.
Say
Obviously
essentially
moving.
everybody gets a round to like try
Yeah.
to do something.
But yes, I got 22 to
22
get out of the restraint.
acrobatics.
Taylor
Yes.
Swift.
Okay, you realize that you
I don't know about you. I'm making that joke for Vienna.
you manage to flip over and kind of push the flames against themselves, and it sort of makes them sputter for a moment. That lets you get your hands and feet out, and you are free, although still prone. Sinner also manages to partially free himself, but not all the way, and is going to kind of like back up just a little bit to give Jonas and Mordital some room, and is going to kind of put himself in front of May, and it looks like he's going to help May if she can't get out on her own.
I got a 14.
You got a 14. A 14 does not do it, unfortunately. You are still restrained. Neither does an 11 for Kitsune. There is one more chance here for Fish to search for information in Jonas's mind. What would you like to know?
This is so Fish has really latched on to just how angry Jonas is, and how he seems to also actively recognizes that in them back and values it. And so it's like, this is probably much too complex a question, but this is the one that they do, and so it's up for interpretation how that gets answered. But it's like, you're so angry, what will make you happy?
Give me an insight check.
$21.
21?
Yes.
All
I
right.
rolled 19. Where was it last time?
You get sensations and images and emotions more than hard data. But when you think about happiness, it's not something that comes up in Jonas's thoughts. contentness, the satisfaction, but not happiness. Instead, there is purpose. And you start to see what that purpose is. And you get flashes of memory for just a moment of humans, perhaps. Maybe ancients, if they were normal human-sized, working with bones, skeletons touched by the faceless ones, working over them with implements that you recognize from that room Jonas was trapped in, from the soul knife that, unbeknownst to you, Cal picked up. And you see them peeling away the remnants of the soul from these bodies. You see the experiments. You see that happiness doesn't last. The scraps that come off these corrupted beings, the fragments of their human souls before they were destroyed, happiness, joy, laughter, and good memories, they disappear. But hatred, anger, revenge, cruelty, they last. They stick around. They bind to that piece of the bones that the faceless ones have touched, and they stick. So you see the failed experiments of trying to make a being out of these souls, and how they only succeeded when they didn't use happiness. So they combined dozens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of scraps of hatred and anger distilled into souls touched by the cursed energy of the faceless ones, and combined them into a single being. Hatred, sharpening hatred into a focused purpose. And you see and understand that purpose. You understand what Jonas is. You see the experiments of him animating armor and corpses, bodies sent out on missions against the faceless ones, and bodies not returned, as the pieces of himself he sheared off lost their purpose. Their hatred dulled from something pointed and directed into something base and basic. And without that purpose, they left. Those were the remnants. And you realize that Jonas is also a weapon. He is both a general and an army. One designed to kill the faceless ones, no matter the cost. No human suffering is too great. No destruction of life or principle or civilization is too much. He is the ultimate creature, the ultimate weapon to do what humans and ancients can't do, which is make the choice to give up everything, every single piece, every hope of something new being created, something surviving, in order to kill the faceless ones. And so you understand that he was a failure, because even though he was created to have no boundaries, no heart, nothing, if necessarily to wipe the world clean of all life, if it meant killing the Faceless Ones. The Ancients in charge still had a heart and couldn't unleash him on the world. And so he stayed trapped, used for backup missions and running the security system until you came along. And the last thing you get is that spike of not happiness, but satisfaction that he may finally, after all this time, be able to carry out his purpose. Destroy the Faceless Ones. All of them. Everywhere. No matter the cost. And with that, we return to the physical world. Fish, you see through Jonas's eyes, gazing not lovingly, for love is not something he can experience, but greedily over the desiccated organs of Mordital. And you watch your hands remove the bag containing the black crystals, your body protected by Jonas's influence, pluck out the crystals and start inserting them in very specific places into Mordital's heart. You can almost see the diagram over Jonas's eyes as he installs this until the bag is empty. And the rest of you hear Jonas humming contentedly to himself. All right. Second part. Time for the last step. Oh. Fish, you were a good vessel. I appreciate it immensely, but I need something just a little more my size, a little more permanent. And he picks up Mordital's body and he slumps it onto the dais in the center of the machines. And the rest of you have just a moment to react as he hits the button to activate.
Patrick, can we say for because I didn't do anything besides cast a spell, I would like to say that over these past, 30 seconds, minute or something, Cal has gotten to the table, and I'll do a stealth if you need me to.
Yeah, I was assuming you're in action economy last time. It was move closer, use an action for pass without trace, use a bonus action to keep yourself hidden.
Yeah.
So,
That's a, what would that be? 25 stealth. Pass without trace, baby!
25 stealth. Okay, that's including pass without trace?
Yeah.
Jonas is now basically on the other side of this little pedestal, pretty much looking right at you. So rather than his passive perception, I'm going to do a active perception check.
I was gonna say she was trying to sneak up behind Jonas.
Jonas had his back to you, and then he grabbed Mordital and turned around to put him and turn around. Is now facing
Also
you.
probably has the equivalent of eyes in the back of his head, so I guess it doesn't super matter.
Not quite, but definitely can see and process more than Fish can.
Yeah.
So let's see. Okay. He rolled a natural 5. Which means his perception is 27.
Oh my god.
We killed Ink.
What? 22? fucking Christ. Anyways, what happens, Patrick?
He looks over the dais at you. There is a little bit of a double take as he puts down the body and seems to not notice you at first, and then sees you and just kind of flashes you a little smile. And it seems like he sees you, he knows you're there, he doesn't consider you a threat in this moment, and he is going to ignore you
Okay.
as he walks over to the machine.
Can I do, I guess, I don't know if this would be like a self-insight or Arcana, but I'd assume self-insight of Cal thinking if it's just the best idea of just going, fuck it, and just launching up him with a soul knife, or trying to wait until the transfer happens and then preparing to stab the fuck out of Morty.
I would say that can either be a insight or Arcana check, and it will give you different information.
Okay. I feel like insight is good, but I don't have +9 to insight, so I think we should go with the safe
Arcana insight will tell you how prepared he is right now for this to happen, while Arcana will tell you how sort of sensitive this process he is about to undergo is to...
And therefore, when's the most sensitive moment magically? I she'd prefer to that. She's like, if I die, I die. Okay. Okay. It could be worse. It was a 16 Arcana.
With a 16 Arcana, you're not sure kind of the order of operations that's going on here, but you know that he is going to try to leave Fish and transfer into Mordital's body, because he's kind of talking about it, you know? More to himself than to anything else, but you're like, okay, he is going to move over. And with that Arcana, you... don't really have any direct experience of this kind of like soul transferal process, so the closest thing you can do is sort of think back to your time in the Paris catacombs, in the Paris temple, and think about how animation of a undead takes time. Not a lot of time, but there is a moment of weakness in the transfer process, and that typically the stronger the sorcerer creating the undead, the shorter that time process is. So you would know that there is a moment, even a very tiny moment, where Jonas in the transfer is likely to be as defenseless as he can possibly get. Whether that is truly defenseless or not, you don't know, and you don't even know if it's true that it's going to happen. But you look at it magically and relate it to your experience, and you say, this makes sense. It makes sense that there will be some split second where his guard will be down.
Okay. Do I get the impression that Fish can see me at all?
You did Arcana instead of Insight. I think that Fish has indicated that they are sort of aware when Jonas has done things for just a moment, but you don't really know for sure.
I'm gonna say
Kekano can tell her that they are.
Yeah. If you ask Kekano,
Kekano, he go do that.
Yeah, I guess that would be it. Just being like, Kekano, can your father see me right now?
Kekano slinks over to you, keeping a very close, big eyes on Jonas as he goes over to you, and he just whispers ever so quietly to you. He goes, "Yes, Dad is in there, and he can watch."
Cal nods and then flashes her 3 fingers.
Fish is a non-corporeal entity in their own brain at their current time. But they go...
Fish goes, I don't know what that means.
All right. Anything anyone else is doing in this moment? This can include,
And
getting
like my
May
last thing is
free.
hold action
Yeah.
to grab knife and stab once I feel like the moment comes up.
Mm-hmm.
How do with sending stones, do you actually need to be touching them, or if they're just on your person, can you activate them?
You need to be touching them in some way.
Okay,
Um,
May's definitely not able to do that at the moment.
You're not tied so tightly that you couldn't like try to wiggle it out of a pocket or something. But I would make you roll for it rather than it just being automatic.
No, in that case, I guess I can surely see that like Sinner and Isle are free, yeah, and like on the
Yeah,
move.
Zinner is coming
okay.
over to help free you.
Yeah. Okay. Wait. Can I try to free myself again, or is this just?
Yeah, in this moment, you can try to free yourself. Sinner will help you and give you advantage. Or
Cool.
you could tell something to Sinner for what he needs to do in these next moments. Sinner's right there with you.
Okay, rather than try and free herself, May's going to turn to Sinner and murmur to him, "You have to protect the cleric. Make sure she does what she can do."
Yeah, boss, I understand. I got it.
Yeah.
And so you can still try to free yourself without the advantage as
I
Sinner,
will.
kind of like not sneaking, but like giving a wide berth, kind of circles around the room, so is a little bit more behind Cal in case he needs to jump in the way.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna try to free myself. It was acrobatics, yeah.
Acrobatics or athletics, whichever's better for you.
I'm both saying that's a 9 for me, so that's a no.
Yeah. Yeah, I think to do what Mooney's saying, I'm pretty sure Sinner and probably May are both like, when I stab him, that's the signal. And they were like, okay, good. Yeah, Cal just did some magic on them. They're not sure what that means.
Yeah.
As Sinner goes around, I think Metal and Kitsune can also try to free themselves in this moment.
Oh, I'm already free.
Oh yeah, you're already free. What do you want to do at this time?
Did you say she was knocked prone?
Yeah, you're prone, so you can get up, and that takes a little bit of movement, but you can kind of back away or get out of the way, or free action cry. That's possible.
Free action cry. I think yes. So she's going to get up, and yeah, perhaps just back up a hair. But I think she's going to like summon her like gun to her hand and just kind of like have that ready.
Okay.
For God knows what.
Yeah.
But yeah.
You've got it. Not kind of pointed at anyone yet, but very ready. Isle is kind of like backing up, but looks ready to pounce, maybe to tackle Fish, or at least Jonas in Fish's body, but is minding what Kekino said about just holding back for now. Sinner walks past Kitsune, who is tied up, and Sinner just kind of gives him a look, and Kitsune goes, "Nah, I got this. Watch." As he rolled a 2 to get out of his bindings and is still very stuck.
Killing it.
And now Jonas is going to activate the machine, and at that exact moment slip out of Fish's body. Fish, one more maximum health down as he took an action through you. Fish almost kind of like throws up like this roiling flame that then crawls to the pedestal and crawls into Mordital's body.
Does this feel like the weak moment to Cal?
No, but it
Okay.
will come. I will give it to
Okay.
you.
Thank you. I didn't know if I had to be like, buzzer,
No.
buzzer.
Actually. Um and as soon as this flame curls around Mordital's heart, the machine goes off and a wave of magical energy shoots down into Mordital's heart. Isle jumps and grabs fish before they can fall, and runs to the edge of the room where they will hopefully be a little bit safer. Sinner sneaks closer to Cal as this machine activates and fires, and Cal is close enough. Roll a perception check with advantage, please.
Only a 13.
Only a 13 with advantage? Is that...
Yep.
You see this laser of magical energy carve into Mordital's heart at the same moment that Jonas enters. And you can see that it's symbols, but for just a moment, it is every language, every writing, as the laser carves in symbols progenitor into the heart.
True name?
You did not get a high enough perception to realize that this is a brand new true name stealing Jonas into this body, but that is what has happened. And in that moment of binding, of fullness, as Jonas now has a true name created from nothing by this machine, and a new permanent body that can contain all of him without burning out, you have your moment to strike. Mordital's head is poking off the pedestal. Eyelids mostly rotted away, milky eyes staring at you, and you have a soul knife in your hand. I would like you first to give me a sleight of hand check to see how much technique you can put into this attack to use the soul knife properly.
That's a 6.
Okay.
I knew it was going to swing back the other way.
It's going to be a rough cut. Give me a attack roll with advantage.
What would the
And
modifier be?
it should be the same as your scythes. Your scythe.
Okay. Cool. Yep. Okay. That's a 13.
13 total?
And also,
You-
I'd like to say before something terrible happens, as soon as her knife makes contact, she is going to shadow walk out.
Mm-hmm. You take the knife for just a moment. Ink, that's hilarious. I Love your mom so much. Um, um, as you take the knife, juggle it for just a moment, in order to set your grip properly. You take it and you swing down at Mordital Jonas's throat. And just as it is about to hit, this blank-eyed corpse snaps out a hand and grabs your hand and the knife. Ah. Oh, little death worshiper, you thought you could kill me with the tools that made me? And he grips your hand and it starts to hurt. Sinner comes barreling out of the side to like tackle his hand and get him away from you at the exact moment you shadow walk away. And Sinner and Jonas fight for the knife for just a moment before Jonas just seems to push gently with his hand, and Sinner goes flying across the room in a gout of flame to slam against the wall. And he takes
No, I can't.
13 damage. Not terrible.
He's fine.
As Jonas now stands up. Cal, I assume, is going for the exit.
Yeah, and probably just sort of who would she be passing at that? Yeah, like going as far as get the gun. No, going as far as she could.
Yeah, gets you to May and Metal and kind of at
And-
the exit. Yeah.
As she's like pops back into Shadow, sees May and Metal, probably just says like, "Go, run," and then just is going to sprint out of there.
Okay.
And is looking for like doors to close behind, knowing that's probably absolutely fucking pointless.
Mm-hmm. As you turn and run, you make it over the rubble through the antechamber, and you turn the corner to find Jonas standing
Oh,
there in
fucking
front of you.
Damn it.
He goes, "Oh, Caligulus, I'm sorry, you forgot something." And he holds out the soul knife, and it melts in his hand, and he tries to pour it into your hand.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Do you let it fall or try to catch it?
I think she would probably like flinch away.
It pours onto the ground, making a heap of unrecognizable metal, but still pulsing with a little. No, metal's very recognizable. But making a puddle, quickly solidifying. That still, it still pulses with some necromantic energy, and you feel like you would still know that this is the soul knife, even if it is in another form rendered inoperable. And Jonas slowly walks back towards you, kind of shepherding you back into the room, as everyone else watched him literally like a piece of paper lighting on fire in black flame in the bottom and disappearing.
How conscious / mobile is Fish?
Fish is now starting to gain consciousness and ability to regain your feet. And as a moment you check in with yourself as you look around the room at what is all happening, and you realize that Jonas is gone. There's not a piece of him left inside of you, and the um the um effect he had on you, the lessening of your empathy, the ramping up of your anger and hatred, all of the negative effects have disappeared. And now you are just so tired, as your body and soul have been through a tremendous ordeal. But you are yourself and fully yourself, alone in your own mind and uninfluenced by Jonas anymore. And you can, if you want to, regain your feet and be here with the others, with Isle kind of helping get you up.
Fish leans on her fully, going, "Oh fuck!" But like they're getting up. They have to get up. They have to see where Jonas went. At least face him, look him in the eye one more time. And see that Cal is alright. Like, fuck, where'd she get off to? So they're stumbling forward. Oh, Metal's here. May. Kitsune over there. Sinner dead in the corner. Who gives a shit?
Sinner is now regaining his feet, but yeah, he was tossed. He was tossed like a sack of potatoes.
Real quick, where is Metal?
Metal is decently close to the door if she didn't run at the same time Cal did.
You can
That's
step
right,
over
sorry,
May's
the map
bound
is
body.
still- The map is
Yeah,
still
May is still
there.
bound at your feet.
Fuck her. Fish just like steps over her and like goes out to like touch Metal's shoulder, but doesn't. Looks at their own hand outstretched in front of them.
The hands are still black. The black veins are still there. But now that Jonas is gone, you are suddenly conscious of how much it hurt. How much these little black patches and creeping rot in your soul hurt you physically with an ache. And now, as you look at your hand, you realize this ache that has been with you this whole time, but you were never aware of, is not wholly gone, but lessened by a lot. And you think maybe this will heal, or at least most of it will heal, and it will go away. It'll just take a little bit of time.
Well,
But for
Fish
right
still
now,
doesn't
you
make.
believe it's May.
Fish does not make contact with Metal. They flex their hand out in front of them and go to like limp on past her to go see Cal and Jonas in the hallway. But as passing her, they say to her, "You're not a lady. You are investigator, Metal Vaunt." Let me take that again because I stumbled over my words.
Did it?
You are not a lady. You are investigator, Metal Vaunt. Go.
Metal's eyes well up with tears, and she runs on.
Kekino is keeping close to Fish and Isle. Sinner is regaining his feet and making his way over to May, who is still bound and is low enough to the ground that she cannot see where Cal
Sorry,
and
May.
Jonas went. But Metal can, Isle can, and Fish can, as Jonas just sort of casually saunters back towards the room, the narrowness of the hallway meaning that Cal really has no choice but to back up and back up and back up to continue to get away from him. Oh, everybody seems to be doing a little bit better. Let's take care of some last favors, some debts that I owe you all. Fish! Oh, my darling Fish.
Mhm. You, well, I think you looked better in me. But if
I will
that's
say
the body you're happy in,
agree.
I respect that.
You know, it is sort of like, your body was a little bit more lithe, but this one has more room to stretch my legs, you know what I mean? Certainly not a aesthetic improvement. He's just like fully like lifts up a flap of skin off of his skull as he says that and puts it back down. But I think it's right for me. Now.
I understand. And the faceless ones won't judge you.
Oh, of course not. I have a face and they don't. Yes.
I wish you luck with that.
Thank you. For all of these here, I felt like you were the one to really understand me. Man, some of these others, they've got some issues, but you, in your soul, is an anger that I respect. Rot deep inside. There's nothing to do with me. And I will say, I think it's beautiful. Now then, Fish, I owe you.
You do.
You were a wonderful vessel for the time being. Best I could
I
have
was.
asked for. And so I have a gift for you. And he kind of cups his hands, and a little spark of black and purple flame appears on his fingertips. And he goes, just a little more pain, just for a moment. A gift from me, and a reward for all your hard work. Open wide. And he reaches out to grab your chin and push your mouth open. You can try and pull back if you want to, but
No, not at all. In fact, the way I've thought of this is that Fish is like hovering behind Cal's shoulder, and as Jonas is doing this, they like put their hand on her shoulder and move her back and stand in front of her and go, like, accepting.
You accept, and in the process, scoot Cal a little bit to safety. Isle takes Cal and pushes her behind her as well. Isle is flanking you, looking like she is ready to potentially claw Jonas's eyes out, although she knows that probably won't do any good. But he just takes your chin and says, open wide, and plucks the fire on your tongue, and you swallow it. For just a moment, you feel the burning essence of what Jonas is, but without him there to reinforce it, you can feel how foreign it is. Somehow against something else in your soul, and you feel a little pull of your magic, as the source of your magic is in some way complementary to, and in some way wholly opposed to, Jonas's power. And in just a moment of conflict, the discordant note, you feel it dissipate into your body. You lose one more maximum hit point, your last that you will lose, fortunately. but in exchange, you have gained a new power, a bit of Jonas's power, that you have permanently, that you will be able to learn about and interrogate within yourself once you have your next downtime or long rest. Now then,
That's very good.
the second thing I owe to you all, I did promise that you would find a certain object here that you're searching for. The ampule, you call it. I just
The
need
bomb.
to... The bomb, as you say. I just need to... Metal. Come here, dear. You wave
I
Metal towards him as
I-
he steps over to
I can
the
pass
machine.
it. I can pass it to her.
Oh no, this is a little more direct than that. But thank you. Good assistant.
I think Metal is gonna look wildly around at everybody, like,
Sinner is now in front of you, freeing May. And she can finally reach her seat. And you realize that Jonas is kind of walking into the room. And if you want to, Cal and May, Sinner, and Metal are in a position to run for it out the door if they want. But no guarantee that would be a good result. He just put a fucked up fire chicken nugget in Fish's mouth, and Fish seems okay. So, as sinister as he is, maybe this is actually something that's going to be helpful for finding the ampule, rather than you having to like dig through the
For sure,
ruins
for sure.
of this room and the last room to try to figure something out. This mission you were sent here for, but you can
Fish.
try and get away.
Fish, more than anyone, actually, not true, we all understand, but really understands the importance of a fucking dramatic moment and not ruining it with exposition. So they're giving everyone a look like, I'll explain. Let him have this.
Yeah. Give me an insight check with advantage, Fish.
Double sevens, what the fuck? That's a 9.
With a 9, yeah, Jonas is showing off. It's very much
Yeah.
he got a new outfit and he's showing it off around town. He enjoys being creepy and weird and making people unsettled. So he's showing off. The creepiness may or may not be separate from what he's actually doing. Essentially, he can pretend to be as sinister as he wants and still do like good things for you guys, or at least what he thinks are good things, which are
Yeah.
debatable.
If I may, oh, sorry, Mads, you go.
Oh no, I was just gonna say Metal will step forward, but Fish can say whatever they want.
No, not saying anything. Ink is explaining the thought process of Fish, which is awesome. Go fight the faceless ones. You do you. Go, out you go. Love it for you, man. Bye-bye. So it's like, you want us to see you off and say goodbye? Abso-fucking-lutely we will. Oh, yeah? Oh, bye-bye. Oh, good luck. Great job. Go do that. We're not gonna stop you. So that is what Fish is like trying to facilitate. Like, everyone, let's just let this happen.
I think Cal wouldn't have been willing to do that until she got her shit rocked, and now she's like, okay, if I die, my sister is going to bring my ghost back to yell at me.
Possibly.
Definitely.
I bring your ghost back, and I put it in a baby, and I raise that baby, and I go, I tell you what to do now.
Yeah, correct. Before Metal steps forward, Cal is going to look at Jonas and say, does it have to be Metal?
I think Metal is in the best position. She's the leader, after all of
Oh yeah.
all of you. Well, maybe not you, May, and the big one, notwithstanding. But I suppose it could be any of you sanctuary people who want the information for your mission.
I think Metal's gonna say, "I'll do it.
Are you sure?
I'll do it." And she's gonna step forward.
Um, as you step forward, he walks over to the machine and is just like, stick out your hand, dear. Yeah, just like that. He grabs your hand and pulls it towards him a little bit, and he goes, "Your hands are so soft. Maybe I should have taken your body." And he
Hey, come on now. She's only 20.
20.
is this a sexual thing? You know I don't understand that business here. No, I was just saying I planned to, kill one of your friends here and take their bodies for my own when we arrived. I was actually leaning towards the stupid one. Kitsune is now like getting unwrapped by Sinner, and he's like, "Hey!" But here we are. Unnecessary. Mordital provided. And he plucks a little piece out of the machine, and the whole machine starts to power down. You see it is like a long needle with a top like dome covered in runes, almost like a dial or something that he has pulled off this machine. He walks over to Metal, and he takes her hand again and says, just focus on the knowledge instead of, and then doesn't finish as he stabs the needle all the way through your hand. He pulls it out. The wound closes instantly, although there is still a little bit of blood. You take 1 point of damage, not maximum health, just normal 1 points of damage, as you disappear into your own mind for just a moment.
Oh no.
You are in a space of symbols and magic, diagrams you can't understand, and drawings and glimpses of something, but you feel a connection to this machine and to parts of this machine in some way, and then you find yourself back. And he hands you the little implement covered in your own blood, and says, "I think that should do it. Help you build something to find this missing piece."
Metal's gonna yank her hand back and like fetch it to herself and back away.
Mm-hmm. Now there was just one last thing. Oh, yes. And he hops up onto the pedestal and just kind of sits in front of all of you. And he says, "I believe you had another question. Well, speak now or forever hold your peace. Not going to stick around here for much longer. What question do you want to ask?"
Fish looks to May. She's earned it.
So throughout all of this, May has been thoroughly shook, and Fish stepping over her didn't help. Totally love the character choice, but like for me that was a real like, oh, I'm nothing. Like May feels like worthless and nothing at this moment. So when Jonas says this to her, May's not quite in the right headspace and kind of looks at him, is weighing up weighing up all the harm that he's done. And I don't think May knows about the faceless ones being Jonas's motivation, right?
You know that when you first ran into him, he said the faceless ones were his enemy, and therefore the ancients were the enemy of his enemy. But you don't necessarily know that that's like the only thing driving him.
Yeah. So as far as May knows, Jonas is still a weapon that could do incredible amounts of harm.
Mhm.
So I think she's going to ask the question Mooney posited, because I don't think it's out of range for her, seeing how fucked this all is. And what was it? What was the best way to use it?
Yeah, Cal's choosing not to say anything because she knows that she's already been shown as being petulant at best and is therefore like this. And I will say, when Fish says, like, the floor is yours, she nods and is absolutely expecting something like, so in your opinion, the ancients are...
Okay,
what does this machine do? Where are we
Yeah.
right now?
Actually, so as a player, I want to posit this to you guys, because I think May can go either way, and she could ask this question, how can we destroy you permanently? Or she would ask the question, are you going to hurt people now? Or, like, are you going to, come after people? Are you going to cause damage?
I will also say, in regards to what you could ask there and what Cal was positing with that question, is Fish has told you when they first found out that they could offer these 3 questions that Jonas doesn't have to tell the truth. Jonas is choosing to tell the truth in order to incentivize you to bring him here and give him this body.
Now he has no motivation for it.
Now he's just doing it because he's so nice.
He is genuinely being like, there is, if any of you want to make an insight check on what Jonas is feeling right now, there is a kind of like, I'm giving you this last question because you've earned it, not because he's like, yes, I am magically obligated to answer this for you.
Okay.
Which means that if you were like, hey, how do we kill you? It could just be like, you can't, and then leave.
Yeah.
You don't, there's no guarantee that he'll tell the truth.
Isle, I believe, has the highest insight, if I can request an Isle roll in lieu of myself.
I think Isle is just kind of looking at people. If nobody is going to, like, open up the psychic communication or anything, I don't know that Isle, even if she found anything out, could, like, communicate that to you without it being really obvious what you were doing.
Yeah.
She did, however, get a 25 on her insight.
Well, thank you, Isle.
Thanks,
I'm trying to metagame now. I'm trying to metagame now because maybe I'm like, or it may, because like she and Cal did talk about saving this question, open up the channel and be like, in a very like, clearly I'm fucking useless here. What do you guys want to ask? May's been real. As like from the first second, I'm like, oh, this is delicious. But May's in a bad place.
If she does open, so she does open up the channel and says like,
yeah.
Cal,
not to Kitsune.
Cal is in the safest position with the veil.
He doesn't have a stone anyway, so.
Oh yeah, it's more using. Oh no, you're right. So yeah, go on.
So she kind of is the immediate one to speak and is like,
You're muted, Patrick.
I'm muted. I can hear you in the next room. He said there's 2 different effects.
I will say there's 2 different effects here. The sending stones, which are like a radio you have to talk into, but May has the ability to communicate to anyone holding one of her magical objects, which includes the sending stones, psychically. So you don't.
Yeah, so I'm doing that.
You don't need to
Yeah.
be like moving your lips to talk. So the veil.
Yeah,
isn't
I'm just
actually
mean like
doing
Cal's
anything.
neutral face means that Jonas couldn't like read that she's.
Sure, that makes sense.
So she's gonna speak first, and she's going to go. I don't know, May. I feel I had one idea and it didn't work, and I feel like we're unleashing something horrible.
I understand concerns. Fish also has a sending stone still, right? Yep. Okay. They're in on the group chat now.
Yeah,
They
of
got
course.
added.
Yeah.
They got added to the group chat. I think it's really important to let you guys know that he wants to go and kill the faceless ones. I feel like that's actually a good thing. So let's just let him do it.
Yes,
But
and
how is
many
he going
people will
to get
die in
there?
the process.
I didn't
Mm.
hear either of those.
Okay, and how many people will die in the process? You almost did. We all almost did.
He's got a true name.
Yeah, I saw that.
He can do anything. He can just open up a portal straight in there to where they are. Right?
That would take enormous amounts of magical energy.
You don't
Maybe
fucking
more than
think
he's
he has
possibly
it?
got. Maybe more than he has.
He might not even be able to get out. I don't know if the teleporter seal might keep him.
You could shunt, I suppose, but that's incredibly tricky, and you need to know exactly where you're going.
And I don't know if a shunter can move here either.
Mm.
He might be possessing and taking people, and he might be killing in the meanwhile. And it's not that I
Couldn't
think
just trust my word for 1 second. I'm really glad to be back, guys. I missed you so much.
I do think that Fish is kind of like the Jonas expert right now, but also I'm getting the sense that he maybe has something planned for us. He looked at us like he was looking at tools that he hadn't gotten to use yet. So I think answering this question is kind of like making sure we have a reason to maybe talk to him again, or maybe like not be working against him immediately, or I don't know.
Metal, what do you think? Oh, sorry, Patrick.
Maybe asking him about himself or his plans. He's I don't know if it was Fish or Jonas, but seems to like to brag a lot. I don't know.
It was kind of both of us.
Yeah, I got that. Yeah, Dad, we got that. I'm in the group chat, by the way.
Then May is going to ask Metal what she thinks.
Whatever you guys think is right, but maybe we should just ask him what his next move is, how he's gonna get out of here.
Maybe the next thing he wants for us. If Fish's suggestion is to be entirely faithful in him doing no harm, then we should know what he wants us for. That's what I'll think.
Mm.
Maybe he's going to come back for us in weeks, months, years.
So shall we just ask? So perhaps we just ask him what he's going to do with us now. But I can, I'm used to sucking up to people who think they're important. I'm sure I can phrase it very nicely.
I'm not in any particular rush if he's not, so I think we should be all in 100% agreement before we agree on a question.
You're all so silent.
Fish leaves the
What
group
is
chat
going
because
on?
Fish leaves the group chat. because to voice their thoughts and feelings. They're just happy to be to be alone in their head right now, and you fuckers are all just going on about the semantics. Can we not please accept this blessing for what it is?
For real.
You know, and so exits group chat. Let the ladies fucking discuss it.
It's dinner.
And let the ladies and Cinna
Also
discuss
here.
it. It's fine. What?
Does
What's wrong with being a
Cinna leave
lady?
with you?
Huh?
Does Kakano leave with
Cinna?
you?
There's nothing wrong with being a lady, but I am, according to Dad, just a little guy.
Kakano, you be whatever you want. It's not up to me to tell you. Just because I'm the parent doesn't mean I'm in charge. Jonas, they're just having a little chat. You and I can still talk, though, and I can still ask you questions without, counting, right?
Of course, but then again, I may not answer.
You don't have to. But you did like me, didn't you?
I did, yes. It is interesting to find someone after so long who, well, does what they're directed to do. And I do appreciate the freedom. Feels very good.
Fish is buying time for the discussion to continue.
What if we ask? Sorry, this is me. Oh, actually, no, it doesn't matter. May goes, well, if he wants to kill the faceless one so bad, what is he going to do after that?
Cal fully scoffed at Fish leaving the group chat. Made an angry noise, and at May's question, she's like, I'm fine with that question as well. I'm mostly waiting for whatever punishment I'm going to get.
Yes, I'm inclined to agree. I don't think you're going to get off lightly, Cleric. So let's suck up to him as much as we can, shall we?
Sounds like a
No.
plan.
I'll.
I agree.
Yeah, I guess that's all we can do.
Kakano here in the group chat. I also
Hey, pal.
think that maybe sucking up would work.
Honestly, couldn't hurt, I guess.
I don't have to be the one sucking up, do I? You can just
No.
group
It should
work.
not be you.
I'm
you.
gonna say, and then I was like, no, I'll take this one. Cal, you're not good at it.
Yes. No, it didn't have to be stated, I'll.
Just making sure.
As player, what's everyone's charisma stats? Because I do think Fish should be the one to ask anyway, because they're on good terms with Jonas, but I just want to double check, because Maze is nothing. She doesn't get anything for charisma.
Yeah,
Plus
mine's for
Collisionist, you have other skills.
thanks. Mine is a +2. It's not terrible. I needed to get some intimidation.
Mine's +3.
Alright, Fish it is. Unless
Sinner
Sinner
is
is hiding
plus-
some
Sinner is
charm.
+0, and Isle is, I think, -1.
Yeah, she's
We
minus
gotta, we
one.
gotta call Fish back though. We're like,
Yeah,
Fish, get in here.
Oh,
Just
Yeah,
reach
just
this
tap him
back
on the
out.
shoulder.
you haven't been talking to Kitsune, but Kitsune's charisma is +5.
We're not asking.
Yeah,
you
we're not
to.
trusting for shit. May reaches out, loops Fish forcibly back into the group chat, and says,
Dad, you're needed in the group chat.
Hold on, let me think. Oh, I'm thinking of a joke.
Okay.
And that's why I feel like you should invest in some better clothes at least. Yeah.
So by the group chat, May says, and this is including still everyone, so we can hear it, says, we think the best thing to do now is just suck up to him and try and get some information about what's going to happen next. If you can think of the most flattering way to get him talking about his plans, not just for the faceless ones, but for us, and immediately what he's going to do next, have at it.
No pressure.
That is a lot of pressure. So I'm thinking as myself that Jonas said, I like a vessel that pushes back, but fish is no longer a vessel. They are now out. They have no. They've out. Their usefulness is over. So, gonna have. I guess sucking up is the best thing to do. But what's the wording of the question that we're doing?
We don't know.
Okay, well, if you're just gonna let fish freeball it,
If Fish says the equivalent of that in first person, I think Legionist is like,
I don't know. If anybody, you have the best rapport with it, so.
and if anyone can make anyone want to die, it is me.
can I roll insight if that's affection or not?
Dad, we talked about this.
It's affection.
Deprecating jokes. It's funny, but it's not mentally healthy.
When she said that, when Cal said that 12 hours ago, it really upset Fish, but now it's like, that's the funniest fucking thing you've ever said. And I'm telling you that.
So with that, do I get that it was affectionate?
16,
Sure.
probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cal just, like, tilts her head, nods a little bit.
I think May at this point is going to say something like, well, he seems very pleased with himself, Fish. Perhaps you could play to that.
Isn't it always the theory of getting someone to answer something without actually asking the question? Maybe just get it to volunteer the information of its own free will. And then you can pivot to a question after if something comes up relevant.
Fish closes out of the group chat.
See, out of character says it's like the first wish in Aladdin with the genie. You get it to do it on its own.
Yeah. Well, I know you're going to be super busy with the faceless ones. I do worry a bit about the transit, the actual getting to them part.
Well, I mean, I'll have to see what my options are, see what the state of the world is, what technology is left for me, and what new techniques you've all discovered. Magic has changed quite a lot since I was imprisoned.
Well, there's a whole lot of info out there. I'm sure you can study on up. And, you know, you're real smart. I'm sure you can do it by yourself once you have the reference material. And, you know, remember your friends over here in Canada. Always ready to help if need be. For a price.
Huh. Well, thank you, Fish. I look forward to working with you all again, if I need to, of course. Just good help is so hard to find. That's why I've decided to keep you all alive, so that we may work together again at some point, if needs be. Now, what is your final question?
Can we trade in a question for a favor? Just maybe. I don't know.
can I do the favor this moment?
Not. You're a guy who doesn't care about the cost. But you know, for your old pal Fish, maybe just go easy on the humans when it comes to getting what you need.
Question for a favor. And a favor to set my goals aside for a bunch of primates.
The answer's no, then.
I will consider it. If there is a choice of two roads, and both will end in success, but one will result in more human suffering, I will take the road of less suffering. That is your favor.
I really appreciate that, my brother.
I don't think that's our relationship, Fish. Maybe one day.
Okay.
Something more like master and servant. But we'll see. Alright. And he hops up and he says, everyone, it has been a pleasure working with you all here.
Bye,
Enjoy
bitch.
yourself. Goodbye, bitch. And then he disappears.
Thanks, I've been saving that the whole arc.
Hell yeah! Iconic.
Yeah, he is gone. He is not there anymore. He just kind of bursts into flames and disappears, and you are left all being like, what the fuck just happened? And also Metal is like, I've got this piece and voices talking in my head now.
Yay!
Yay! Without a roll for it, I think Cal just quietly double checks that he's gone and then grabs at her chest and like fucking wheezes like, oh my god, I didn't say anything, but absolutely like I was so making peace with my death.
Real.
Give me an insight check.
Okay.
He's just turning right around and being like, he's gonna go fucking kill the faceless ones. You people are worried over nothing. It's fine.
You just still like wheezing and she's like, you asked, why did you ask them it for the favor not to kill people then? If you had so much trust.
Also, he was so like, oh, don't kill people. And he's like, yes, if it is possible to succeed in my goals without wiping out all life on Earth, and it is not too difficult, I will do that.
Yeah.
Not too much of a hassle to get to the faceless ones without killing everybody. I will do that instead.
Yeah, I don't
At
have
12
Cal
max
after
HP,
being like, and that
you're
don't seem like
fucking
promise to
lucky.
me either.
At 12 max HP, you're lucky that Fish didn't ask, can you send me home? You know?
It was a 22 for my insight, and then we can get back to the argument.
If this last little interaction with Fish, a lot of Jonas interacting with Fish has been entirely internal within Fish's own mind. This last little interaction is the first time you've kind of seen this play-by-play between the two of them that like other people can witness. And I think you realize that if you had asked Jonas, what are you going to do with me? Are you going to kill me? You know, what have you? He would just say something along the lines of, kill you? You're a backstabbing, vengeful little primate. It's what I like about you. Why would I kill you? I fully expected you to do that. You know, honestly, I'm surprised it took you this long to grow a spine and try to kill me with a knife that I knew you had.
So Cal was his favorite. The first time Cal's experienced that in her entire life.
Fish is trying to be like, you guys have no idea. You guys don't know. I'm the one who knows. Everything's fine. Why can't you just trust me? He's gonna go kill the faceless ones. That's gonna take a fucking billion years. We'll all be dead by then, naturally. It's fine.
May is deathly silent, FYI. She's
Yeah.
not saying jack shit.
No, Cal's like, I think on the inside of being like, oh, he like actually, I was actually not in deadly danger. That was actually totally okay. Now the anger is creeping back in, and she's gonna cross her arms, and she's gonna like do a quick glance at Metal. She doesn't expect Isle to be fucking rational at all, but quick glance at Metal to see her response to that.
I think Metal is just like, I think what's done is done. And we should go.
Yeah, I think it's probably time for us to get going. Sinner has now removed Kitsune from the ropes and has started to wander over to you guys to be part of this conversation. But you notice that he has kind of set himself to be in the doorway back out of this place.
Fucking Battle Part 2, babies!
No, I'm not done talking yet.
Okay.
What Metal said has just hit Fish. Like, what's done is done. And so they do go, well, I'm sorry. I took pity on that fucking thing, and anything that goes wrong is on me.
Fish, pity isn't a bad thing, but I don't think everything that happens is your fault. But I think maybe we have a responsibility to try to, I don't know, keep bad things from happening. It looks like she wants to run away. Like this was like an admission of vulnerability that she's like, I am willing to commit to maybe sort of kind of trying to solve this problem, and looks like she wants to go sprinting from this room.
Yeah.
Cal
What
is
I'm
gonna
trying to
go.
say, what I'm trying to say is I'm sorry that all that just happened, and I'm sorry I hurt you guys.
Cal's gonna look at Metal and May again.
I think Metal is just gonna clutch her bloody little hand, and say, we got some information we needed. We're all alive. We'll just start there.
Dad? Gekno wandering up to Fish.
And Fish fully brightens despite themselves. Yeah, buddy.
Dad?
Yeah.
Dad?
Yeah.
Don't ever scare me like that again. That was bad.
Oh no. Yeah, it was. It sure was. I weren't. It's over.
Okay. Sinner has
Hey, hold on. I'm still looking at May.
while this is all happening, Sinner has walked out of the room and grabbed May's gun and whip and is now bringing it back to her, just in the background of this conversation happening.
Yeah. When does he get to? Because I'll have May speak up when you guys are happy to move on. Does he get to May with that stuff before then?
This is probably just in the background as you guys are talking, so probably after whatever Cal is going to say.
Okay.
I'm done. I'm done with the dialogue. No, for
You don't
real.
have to
You,
be.
you understand what I'm saying?
That's
Yeah.
not- I just want a quick glance at May's expression before Cal says something.
I think May's gonna roll. We're gonna have to roll deception because May's really, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a 19.
Okay.
I'm not going to push it. Cal will just
Yeah.
read it up and tell you. What does she see?
Cal looks at May and sees nothing. Like, not. It doesn't even look like she's thinking. It's just like blank.
Yeah.
She's very out of character.
Yeah. Cal's probably just going to read that as like trauma, being scared, blah blah blah, and just leave it there.
Yeah.
Cal, after there's this interaction with Fish and the other members of her team, she's gonna look and then she's gonna sigh and she's gonna go, I accept your apology for your actions, especially when you weren't in control of them. I just don't know why you are so desperate to pretend that we're criticizing you for something that has nothing to do with you. I don't trust it. It doesn't mean I don't trust you.
Really?
Don't make me repeat that.
And yeah. Colliginous.
Don't.
All right. You know what? That was this was a horrible day that we just had, but I think it was all worth it. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Yep. All right, just everyone turn out your pockets. Anything you picked up from inside the ruin. Obviously, we're gonna have to confiscate. And May, if you wouldn't mind searching the bags. Sorry, retcon. Boss, if you wouldn't mind searching the bags.
Cal at that. I don't even think she's that bothered by it, just because one, there's so much more going on, and then also she had to emit a positive feeling towards Fish.
Yeah.
And then she's gonna look at the puddle of knife, and she's gonna be like, Miss Gladly, May, I made quite a few mistakes here, and one of them will have pretty bad repercussions. I don't know if this is all the way destroyed, but I need it to be all the way destroyed, and I need to take the destruction with me. I imagine you two can make an exception for that, especially if you can personally assess that it's garbage.
Okay, so before you address May, as soon as handed back her weapons, she's just kind of been looking at them, and when you address her, she like kind of she stands up, like brushes up her slacks, holsters the gun, like puts the whip back into her belt, looks at the puddle of soul knife slack, and says to Sinner she could take it. It's no one who doesn't know what that is will read it as anything besides garbage. It's irrelevant. And then she, out of her own pack or pocket, she like pulls out the little vial she had of the red dust, smashes it on the ground.
Cal gives a
Trying
bro
to-
nod. She's proud.
Yeah. I don't think she have anything else that I need to destroy myself. Oh, I've got the amulet. Okay, she takes out the amulet and stares at it. She is going to imprint it with Cat, like whatever it looks like for study. And then she burns it with the fire, sacred flame. And then turns to Metal, and she says, "Do you need to take that with you, or is whatever Jonas gave you up here?"
Metal knows that this piece is the only thing that matters. What is in her mind is useless if she doesn't bring this out of here. Give me really quickly, May. Give me a persuasion check about the soul knife slag for Sinner, because he's just kind of like kicking it on the ground, being like, I mean, I guess it's garbage. Also, now that you've destroyed the shit that you found, I can tell you it did have stats. It was all pretty good. Would have been helpful. It was.
I'm sure it would have been.
It was specifically leftover stuff from the making of the Hollow Men, so it would have been really helpful in that fight. Anyway.
That's a dirty 20 for the first one. I would say May. Actually, no. If you want to have Sinner roll for inside, but if not, also fine.
I think Sinner is kind of like just kicking the little pile of now solid metal again, and is like, I'll be honest, boss, whatever this was, it is now very broken. I think maybe, you and I take this out of here and we're like, this was inside, but it's garbage and doesn't have anything to do with the ruin, and then we can give it to the cleric.
And you both put your word on that?
Yes.
I'll at least try.
I really need to emphasize that it's very important that I show that it is broken. Maybe we get a photo or something. Not that I can prove that that's what it was, but
maybe Cat can scan it in some way.
Yeah. So I'm going to propose something as a player. May is going to scan it with Cat, and then later she'll create a duplicate somehow. Like she'll imprint it some way that is unmistakably evidence that if they can't actually get a physical proof out, Cal can have that.
Which is something that would require a roll, but is absolutely something that is within May's ability to do.
Yeah. But we will prioritize trying to get the actual slag out itself.
Yeah. Sinner is kind of, while May is like, yeah, Sinner is kind of hedging a little bit, just because he's kind of like, it's not really up to us. We got to go convince these guys outside that you can take it. But like, I will definitely try, and so will May.
Yeah, May, to that effect, is like, we'll do whatever we can. We'll do as much as we can and like have backup.
All right. Isle, nothing. Fish, anything left in that bag or anything? Anything you pick up?
Oh, fuck. Well, I lost track of which one was the Rock of Lies and the Rock of Truth. One of them I threw earlier. I think, well, whichever one this one is.
All right. Kitsune. Yeah, already checked you.
Yeah.
Double check. Triple check. Okay, you're good. I guess that just leaves Ms. Vaunt, your device.
Investigator.
Investigator Vaunt, yes.
Metal blushes.
I know you really should be better about titles. It's extremely disrespectful.
Metal's like,
which I should clarify is affectionate parentheses for her instead of just going fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
Metal's like, I have to take this.
Sinner was like in the middle of doing like a little Kekino pat down just to make sure there's nothing stuck in his fur. And then
He
he's
already
like,
had the tooth.
and then yeah, the two. Okay, yeah, no, the tooth he came in with. No, I got it. So he's a little distracted, but he just kind of looks up. He's like, "What? Oh no, you can't take that out of here. We have a contract, right, boss? Nothing out, and we seal this place up."
May's going to look at Sinner and kind of like, just give me a moment, and turns to Metal and says, "Is there absolutely no way that you can go without it? And what
There's
does
no
it do, Metal?"
There's no way. This is everything we came for.
All right, what is it? What does it do? Do you know?
She's gonna explain.
Okay.
With all of these designs spiraling in your head, I think like holding on to this thing and knowing it's important is almost more of a compulsion than anything else. Metal is kind of in this space of like the short story The Button, but like less evil, if that makes sense. If you remember that, that's the guy who like had dreams about a device that was a doomsday button, and it finally left his head as soon as he made it. It's kind of like that. I'm just like this like device that you don't fully understand. Bits and pieces of it are kind of like floating behind your mind. So it's almost a compulsion to like keep this thing with you, that you need it, that you absolutely need it. But if you really kind of interrogate yourself, you think these designs might be something that can find the ampule or connect with it in some way, maybe. You can't really be sure. You don't have the expertise to really interrogate that. But yeah, you are right in saying this is everything you came for. This is the key piece.
So that's why. So Metal is still under the impression they need the physical thing.
Yes.
Okay.
Metal knows she needs the physical thing. She
Okay.
thinks the device in her mind might allow her and maybe other people, other experts, to build something that, using this piece, that can find the bomb.
Okay.
In some way.
So, and Cinder is hearing this as well, that will help them find the bomb.
No, not unless Metal said it out loud.
Was
I
she
think,
explaining?
Kind of
Sorry.
internal.
yeah, I think she would explain that, like, we literally need this to do anything to the best of her ability.
Okay. How big is it again?
It's a little like knob that's a little bit smaller than a fist, and then a needle that's maybe like a foot long.
Oh, so there's
It's not huge, but it is sizable.
Okay.
Isle could put it with her glaive and just say it was a part of it the whole time.
Yeah, she could say that, but it stays here because we agreed we're not taking anything out of here to fulfill the contract. Right, boss? Am I going crazy? Can you explain our deal to them?
We can't leave without this.
And you can't
So
leave
you're the only one under contract here, big boy.
Yeah, at this point, is it fair to say the pennies dropped for me that her natural one was in fact a natural one?
Yes, that she now understands that while that she and Sinner were having two kind of different conversations, especially when Metal says, we can't leave without it, and Sinner said, and you can't leave with it, he activates his gauntlets, and he's like, I am going to keep you from leaving and fulfill the contract.
When May sees him activate the gauntlets, she steps in front of Metal, between her and Sinner, facing Sinner, and says, "Well, yes, we were we were going to stop the patron. We agreed that we weren't going to fulfill the. Didn't we? I thought we agreed.
Yeah, boss, we agreed. We're keeping everything here. We're getting just the easiest things, not telling them about Jonas and everything, and then we pay him off with whatever we found, whatever metal's got, and that gives us time to seal everything up.
But they need that to stop the bomb, Sinner. Don't you understand?
I'm not convinced that the bomb is something the sanctuary should have, and I'm not convinced the patron has it. For all I know, this is a part of the bomb. It's gonna activate it.
I'm so serious. Like, I think May's going to take a step towards him, kind of like, not like reaching out to him, but kind of like arms open, like hands open, kind of in a pleading, open gesture, and says, Sinner, I agree that the sanctuary shouldn't have the bomb, but if we have a chance to find the bomb, I don't think the people look at them, they don't have any interest in setting it off. I think if they find it, they destroy it, wouldn't you? And she turns to the others and is really like an expression of like, please tell me that you would do that.
Mr. Drum, I have no loyalty to the sanctuary. I have no reason to assist them in doing anything untoward or dangerous, and I would actively sabotage it.
Looks metal and gives up. Sorry.
Yeah, I think the problem is that we wouldn't activate it, but also it's not really our call unless we're gonna try to stop it. We're not the whole sanctuary.
I don't want to say it, but you're giving me the option of fighting my way out or agreeing with Mr. Drum here. Metal, I don't think that's worth the fight.
We didn't come all this way for nothing.
So you're willing to fight Mr. Drum? That's what
We're
you
not
want
going to fight.
for?
We're not fighting, are we,
I
Sinner?
don't want to fight, but
You will if you have to, isn't that right?
if I have to.
Make the call, Metal.
This is okay. The bomb thing is out there somewhere. Somebody has it, not the sanctuary. This is the key to stopping it in whoever's hands that it's in. I don't.
What if we
I don't.
Sorry,
know
go
if
ahead,
that's
Matt.
true.
I was like, how can I convince you? Did you not see what happened? He stabbed my hand, and it's all everything. This, we can't leave without this. If
What
we
if
want to
we
do
take-
anything about it, it doesn't matter who. It could just be us. I don't know. Maybe we don't even bring it to the sanctuary. I don't know. But we just have to at least get it out of here.
Yeah, Cal is gonna say when she says that, she's like, "What if we just don't give it to our superiors? Would that satisfy you, both of you?"
Boss, I think this is what they want. I think if we don't get this to them or we leave it in here, they're not going to let us seal up the ruin. I think they're just going to keep pushing. Patron's going to keep pushing this.
So I was going to say, May's going to roll insight on Sinner, specifically with the intent of seeing how far he's going to go.
Okay, go for it.
Fish will also.
I don't like it.
That's a 21.
Can Kakano help?
Yes.
Thank you.
You know,
That's
I was so
awesome.
excited for this moment. I'm not excited anymore.
Well, Fish rolled a 7,
Okay.
so Sinner's
Um,
fine, actually.
Yeah, Sinner. I mean, Sinner. You know, he just has to act tough. That's part of the reputation. He's gonna give. Obviously, you know, you just need to make like 1 or 2 more arguments, and he's just gonna back off.
Fish feels a bit invincible after it, so you know.
For May with a 21, you see that he activated his knuckles, but then he ran a thumb over them, and the spikes that came out the front of them melded back into the knuckles, so it's just a plain like band of steel, which is not saying he's not going to fight, but
He's not
maybe a
necessarily wanting to
commitment
kill.
to maybe a commitment to non-lethality, if anything. He looks he looks incredibly regretful, like he really doesn't want to do this, but it does seem like he's going to. That if push comes to shove, he will physically stop you from leaving with that object. And he looks like he really doesn't want to. He is kind of at war with himself with that 21, and if he can just like, you know, shove metal out of the way and grab it from her, he'll do that. If she like retreats or tries to hold with it, he'll use as much force as necessary to get it back and not like an ounce more. He doesn't want to fight you, and he especially doesn't want to hurt you. And the you is them. It's not May. It's not directed at May at all. Although you can also tell with a 21, he is a little bit hurt that you're not like instantly on his side in this. But yeah, it seems like you know, he doesn't want to do this, but push comes to shove, he's not backing down. And you probably think again about that that talk about his contract, about how he has to try and how his word is his bond.
May sees this, is devastated, is not willing to give up yet. I'm going to have her take one last crack at persuasion.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm going to roll before.
Anyone else to do for the help action? Like I
Kakano?
Can I assist by
Can I
giving like
help
puppy
action?
dog eyes?
I would say
Oh,
I feel like
no, I'll.
yeah,
Oh. Yeah.
your girls.
Yeah.
Girlies.
I would
Past and
like
present.
before you say what you're gonna say, what like general thing are you saying? Like big picture, how are you convincing?
May is
how Isle could help.
Yeah, so I think that May would try and appeal. Like, my thought process is that May has spent over a month with him. They've talked over the campfire. Like, she has a vague sense of his past, and she's kind of extrapolating that he was poor, didn't have much, was kind of like doing everything he could. And from that, she's extrapolated that, like, as he's worked his way up in this shady underworld that he trades in, Sorry, I'm just going to close the door.
The drama.
Also, Pat, I just want to remind you we have to be quiet.
Rob's just watching a movie. I could hear us filling in. And she's kind of extrapolating that, like, he's come from nothing and he's putting all this stock into this work. And basically, she's going to try and convince him that he is more than that and he deserves to not have to operate in the shadows, that he deserves to be more than just an assistant. Like, she's going to appeal to his sense of, like, it doesn't have to be this way. Like, you have a choice. Like, your contract may be a word, but we can work around that. Like, there's more than just yes or no in this situation.
Yeah, I think Isle can absolutely help with that as someone who like knows his past and can like chime in with specific examples and stuff like that. Go ahead and give me a persuasion roll with advantage.
Okay, so I already did my first one. That was a 6. It is. That's a dirty 20. The only time I'll ever say that disappointment. So shall I have a crack at it?
Yeah, a dirty 20. We'll see
Hit it.
how that goes.
Yeah. Okay, so May, I think, is now like, she was like this before and is now going to walk up to him, and it's like, she's not talking loudly. Like, if Isle's close enough, maybe, like, Isle can overhear this perhaps, and is like, whatever, but she's not talking for the rest of them, she's talking to him. It's just, like, for them at this moment. And, she, like, reaches out, maybe for the last time, and, like, puts her hand on his forearm and says, Cinna, I know how important keeping your word is to you. We haven't known each other very long, but I know you're a man of integrity. I know that you've come from a place where you have to do what you have to do, and your word is all that matters. But
It's my life. It's everything. It's my safety. It's my career.
But what if you came to work for me instead? You wouldn't have to be a mercenary anymore, so you could... I don't know, You're very smart, very capable, and you deserve to work for people who see that, who aren't running around getting you to do their dirty work, and it doesn't have to be like this, Cinna. There's lives at stake here. And I know what you said about the sanctuary and the bomb, but if there's a way to find this thing, I'd rather find and destroy it than it be out there with anyone able to use it. Please, Cinna. She is like looking up at him with the like most fucking vulnerable expression. Like the energy that she put towards keeping herself together before, like in the face of like Cal's examination, is gone. Like she looks like a fucking wreck.
All right. Give me a insight check again for Cinna.
All right.
With advantage because you did the 21 last time.
Okay, well that was a 10 first off. That is... What the fuck is my inside? That's an 18.
Okay. With an 18, Cinna doesn't look like he's going to budge, but then you talk about working for you permanently, and you can see him soften a little bit. But as you start talking about his word versus this new job, you get like a little glint in his eye, like maybe he figured something out. And then he looks like the face right before someone gets punched, a realization of this is going to hurt, and he very gently moves May out of the way, reaches for what Metal is holding, and tries to push Metal away and grab it. I'm going to make a attack roll. That does beat your armor class, so he grabs it and pushes you away. And
No!
He turns to May and looks like he's kind of trying to communicate something to you, but he says, you have to try to take it from me. And gets ready to fight. I would like everyone to roll initiative if you are going to fight him.
Fish brain group DMs May.
That doesn't work. May needs to start.
Yeah, I do need to start it. You could sending stone me, but I would have to pick it up. But I think May's Maybe not
Can
me.
Fish meet her eye and go,
Kakano wants to join the group chat.
oh fuck, yeah,
Don't forget that May is looking at Sinister, and like, I guess you would turn around when he moves towards Metal. If you manage to, the thing is, she's watching him. Like, it's very clear that the aggression is in the air, so you have to really get her attention. I think.
Yeah.
fine, Fish says it aloud then. Let him have it.
When
Car gives everyone else a look that says, trust me one more time.
Cal takes that because she also was like, "This is not fucking worth it." Looks to see if Metal is going to step forward and take aggressive action.
Oh no, you guys.
And I'm assuming
You-
Isle's probably doing the same.
Isle is kind of looking at Fish like, what the fuck are you planning? But like, Isle looked like she didn't want to throw down, but was kind of ready to, especially when he pushed Metal. But if Fish is like, no, trust me, she's like, okay, but also he pushed Metal, so thin ice.
Yeah, Cal doesn't say this because Isle didn't say it, but she's like, "Okay, he could have crumpled Metal like Jenga. It's okay."
Fish, like, without trying to be as subtle as possible, like looks at Metal and is like, it's fine.
I think Metal, you need that. There is an option here where you let him have it and try to steal it back, maybe. But if you are coming into a camp full of enemies and Sinner is potentially going to be one of those enemies, that's kind of the thing. But you need it. The option is like completely failing this mission. Your first detective assignment, the whole reason you came out here, and you've been out here for 5 days at this point, and still have a ways to get back. It's a lot of time to fail while people are in danger.
Y'all.
He has fully turned around and is walking back away with it. It is up
Oh,
to
he's
you.
he's turned around. He's not paying attention, so Fish can
Yeah.
now lean over to Kitsune.
Yeah.
You.
Yeah.
Here's the deal.
What's going on? What's the deal?
The deal is this.
Yeah.
I will not bother you for the rest of your life. If you please swipe that off him and bring it to the sanctuary for us. For her.
Okay.
Please.
Hey, Fish. You see how fucking big that guy is? No.
Yes. 14. Persuasion. Yes. Or I'll kill you.
I'll escape. You gotta pay me or something. I work on contract.
Alright, I'll pay you. I'll fucking pay you.
That
What do
guy's
you
gonna
want?
slice me in half. Money.
Yeah, money. I don't care. I'll give away everything I have. I'm just happy to be alive.
All right. But
Do this for
So-
me, cuz.
All right, cuz assuming we wait till he gets out of here, and then it's just like swipe it when he's not looking. Like not like take it out of his pocket, because he's gonna pop
Yeah.
my head like a soda cap.
Yes.
I'll do it. Cousin discount. 500 gold.
You got it.
All right. Half now.
Fuck you.
What has Metal been doing during this? I know
Crying?
he's been crippling decision on Matt.
This is horrible. Yeah.
If it makes it easier for you, Mads, the moment he starts walking away with it, May is going to put herself in front of him.
Yeah. Are you aggressive action, walking towards him, just fretting? Because Cal's gonna follow Metal's lead.
Oh, sorry, was that to me or to...
No, I'm asking Mads what Metal is doing.
I think I don't know. I think she's gonna like come up behind him. I don't know what she's gonna do, but she's gonna be like, "Stop, please! I need that."
Yeah. Okay. I think in that.
But depending on like what May was gonna do.
Yeah.
Just
Well, I'll
like,
hear
I'll
what
fight you.
Ellie says, and then I'll do Cal.
Yeah. So the moment he shoves Metal and takes it from her, that is the moment that May like goes, I can't like allow this. So she isn't gonna necessarily fight, but like her hand is on like the whip, like the handle of the whip, and she like I guess like either jogs past him or like cuts him off before he can walk past her. And like she's fucking dead inside. She's feeling nothing. And she just stands there. And it's like, well, she doesn't know any difference. She doesn't know clue what Fish's plan is. And just refuses to move. Like if he tries to get around her, she like steps in front of him. And like she doesn't look happy about it. She's the same. She's not hiding the regret. She's got a lot of regret in her face, but she actually is feeling nothing.
He tries to go around her, stepping, sees her hand on the whip, and looks her in the face rather sadly, and says, "Go for it, boss. Do what you got to do." And then is going to physically move her off to the side. Gently, not in a way that's going to hurt, but he is going to try to like pick her up and put her out of the way. So I'm just going to make a strength check, probably against May's strength check.
Oh, that's all right. May's not foolish. Is not going to try to physically fight him. What May's going to do is use a spell.
Okay.
May is going to use information overload. And what information she is going to overload into his brain is all of her memories of everything she saw during the war. And in between that, pretty obviously, is going to be like the friendship and probably more intense to affection that she thought, that she had for him and the friendship she thought they were building. And it is like a fucking spike right in his brain of just like, he does not want to do it, but she's not letting that fucking thing go. And Minnie, this is what I was telling you about. I've been excited for this moment for several weeks.
We'll do information overload. I'll do the intelligence saving throw for that, and then I think we're probably going to initiative.
Yeah, probably.
Let's see. Sinner has a -1 to intelligence. So May's saving throw is 14, spell save DC. So he has to get a 15 or higher in order to.
I mean, I hope he does. Also, there's still that no. Okay. Also, I do want to say there is also an undercurrent of pleading. Like,
yeah,
she really wants him to back off.
No, and he gets that, and he is still going to turn around and start to fight. He absolutely fucking fails that. So
let me make my rolls.
Yeah, he roll 2d8, and he has disadvantage on his next attack roll.
No, so that's 3, 1. So 4. Her heart's really not in it.
Yeah. All right. Sinner turns back around, readies his gauntlets as he kind of like shakes off this effect, and everyone roll initiative.
That's a 6 for me. Sorry, 7.
Oh.
She really does not want to do this.
No, you guys.
20 for Cal.
It was fun when we
Like,
talked
yeah,
about
really
it.
listened to it. It was fun when we
15.
talked about it. I am no longer enjoying myself.
I was ready.
I really didn't think Metal was gonna commit to it. I don't think Cal did either. I think Cal really was like, well, her grown-up friends are like, girl, it's not worth it, so she'll back down.
What was May's initiative roll?
6.
Oh, actually, that was a 9. I was looking at those.
9.
Yeah,
Oh,
sorry.
16 actually, because I have the +1.
I
Sorry,
got a
guys.
4.
Hey, you did really good, and that will have an effect. You're just not really able to see it right now.
Or me, or Metal.
For all of you, all of the work that you did, you did have an effect on him. It's definitely changing things going forward. You'll see what I mean next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Just a reminder, we have at least a 2-week break.
Hey, this was gonna be
Ellie
fast, but it's
wanna
late.
call out of work in the next few days.
Oh.
I'm really glad Craig caught Ellie yelling "Oh fuck" on camera because I will listen back to that.
That's iconic.
Oh, and then hell. I just. Oh, sorry, I'll wait until we're done so we can debrief after. God.
All right.
Yeah.
What was Metal's initiative roll?
I got a 4.
Okay.
So
And Sinner had a 17. So when we come
Of
back,
course
it's
he did.
going to be Cal, then Sinner.
Oh, is Fish and Isle not in the initiative order?
No, I have
16
Vision
they
on.
rolled.
Yeah. 16,
about,
Isle
Kitsune?
had 11.
Where's Kitsune?
Kitsune had
Like, I'm
12.
not part of this.
Kitsune had 12.
Okay.
Like just for flavor, just as a joke punctuation at the end, Fish says, "Oh no, sorry, we're actually fighting. Fuck you," and smacks him.
Ow. Yeah, got Guile's theme going. I was like, I need Sinner to have fighting game music.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
is
So
his theme.
that'll make the hurt tolerable, I'm sure.
All right. Yeah, let's get Craig out of here, and we
Bye,
will
Craig.
debrief.
Been
Bye, Craig.
over 5 hours.
Bye, Craig.